喜海尔，
对，在1v1扳回来了，我来了，这波不好解啊。
看这个天使能撑多少时间？
他电法又这样。
对呀，这电法怎么这下在黄帽堆里面啊？
对的，那没了，这打很多血。
没了，这波守不住了。
那这样的话，恭喜。
看一下，再看，开心，
碰到他
了，恭喜豆豆，
对，恭喜 WED Jam。那这样 Kicks 也是很可惜啊。好，这边就屯兵，你毒药我就奶。那这样的话又是飓风火球啊，好像这个套路是不错。
对，因为飓风放出来的时候，天狗、小狗炸的伤害其实很难打。
那这把的话没什么机会了，因为还有大闪。 双地狱龙，好像还行。那双地狱龙就是用来，因为你是毒药加大闪，又来了，这波墓园很关键。小皮卡防，那他这个要掉很多血。毒药不够，
血量
不够，伤害能不能摸？小电点一下，只差3点。天哪，这把太刺激了！
是的，
就我们也不能解说做什么了，就只能在那看，因为它是有天降正义的，毒也是可以的。 太难受了，这边毒药一交，我这个电法就无敌了，王嘉玲，太难打了。
这个电塔真的是无法逾越，
真的无法逾越，根本过不去。而且关键还有个天降正义，好不容易下2条龙吧，被做掉。哦，这边Jack已经用毒药进攻了。那这样的话是恭喜 Five Gaming 啊，那这样的话他们在下一周的对手就是 Nova。 但是这波能防住吗？费好像有点不够。哎，这边电法费不够了。这边要换了，好像要换路了吗？炸弹塔，哎，炸弹塔还不错，但是奶豆锁了塔了，地狱龙。这天哪，这地狱龙锁塔了。
对，刚那个猎人感觉下的没有下好，因为他们防守的时候说白就只有大闪把后排解了之后就把家具给吃掉了。
27秒，还有电法，他还有电法，
但是这后排解不了。对，但是后排解不了。
有一个雪球，看一下踩超骑吗？应该是踩电法，那还不错。
这电法
那没了，
是的，这电法
还交毒药。那这样的话应该带走了。
是的，那应该守不住。
对的。可以看到门神还是更稳一点。这样的话拉印时间很紧。这边又是黄毛房子嘛，黄毛房子有费。直接一个火球，右边打了很多血，1200。 那这样的话，恭喜婉哥，也是恭喜 WED Jam， 也是进入到了全球总决赛。这波血先吸，
就忍不住这个诱惑。
但是有羊是可以不下球。
对，
来看一下冰不冰，
还是下球。
看一下这电法。 电法死了好像，
哎，有机会，
这个冰很漂亮啊，
看能
直接把羊给冰住了，
能贴就行，
直接赢了，
再来下，
直接赢了，350，哎，右左边，
再来下，
左边，哇，左边差一点点，还很难解啊，
加上这个。 哎，这火球还交失误了，
有点相反，
感觉炸了
糊了呀。
是的，留下没有杀到，
还跑了。
他应该左边
基本上接定破塔，而且还有一个牢笼。
是。
来了。 然后加奶豆加地震无脑下，你又没滚木的，这波打很多血啊！看一下奶起来了，哎呀，
这个雪球
可以，还是出黄牙猪。哎，这边漏了一只啊，这个很关键，这个黄牙猪打很多血啊，盖洛特这边乱了。是。
这波他到底顶还是不顶？
看他是狂暴还是大闪啊？这波大闪就有机会了。哎，这波可以闪，闪到3个单位，直接进去绿巨人。这波打很多伤害， 稍微有点多余，也行吧。后面轰到我还真没看到，其实就站在塔旁边啊。
是的，
而且 AC 又没保住啊，布利萨的心态出现了。
是的。那这波
也能
有点难受。
对，直接爆木源扛住，很漂亮。
是的。
哦，这个扛住太关键了。
对的，否则这个有塔手到骑士的话，可以打很多血。
对的，但是这个看一下木源家族要能打多少伤害。
对，现在非常关键了，
而且还能再木一波，还能再木一波，直接大闪，又来了。这波木源很关键。小皮卡防，那他这个要掉很多血，能不能摸？小电点一下，只差3点。完了呀，这血量，哎，这没废了，没废了。
憋大电，手里有大电哦。
哎，他不憋大电了，
不憋大电，硬来了。
电塔，这电塔，哎呦，这骑士怎么把鱼钩勾在那里啊？这波还是要叫大电，最后
哇，这个家具血量很安全，
直接大电预判。对的，直接大电预判。
这里东西猛扫就翻回。
Welcome to Clan Wars 2! Your journey begins here. And what the?
What is love? Baby, don't hurt me. Don't hurt me no more. What is love? Baby, don't hurt me. Don't hurt
As I was saying... Oh, wait! Hello? Everyone seems to have left. The king should never row himself. I'll just wait here, so send someone to get me.
吗？还直接水球预判吗？
마법들도 있고요. 파이어볼 만들어. 네, 마무리도 있습니다.
Still, the baby dragons are alive, and that's the ground roller.
他这个套式就进来了。
好，拿到了三星。
恭喜 TDG 啊！スイクを回して KK 選手勝ち切りました。Be careful, but still cannon.
That tower is down so quickly.
再加一个滚末，
斩杀了。
恭喜一下 WEGM。
2 and that's it. 3-0 Grand Finals. Bob is your Clash Royale League East champion. Nova
1
Esports.
타이밍간의 경기는 오히려 탈론이었다.
TTG ロスとなりました。Hit game W. 優勝はハブゲーミング。
クラロワリーグイスト後半最終競技赛ファイシーズン頑張ります。このシーズンウイスト頑張ります。最低
Welcome everyone to the final day of Clash Royale League East fall season. I almost said spring. My name is Simon. With me is G-Clef. And it has been a long road to get to this point. But it is the final day. Third and fourth matchup first. And then the grand finals.
11 weeks of many matches through the regular season and playoff through many days. It is day number 4, the final day. From 8 teams down to 6, now down to the top 2. Of course, we do have third, fourth placement, so top 4 technically. All teams already had yesterday. They are going to the World Finals happening in December, I believe 5th and 6th at Shanghai. So it's going to be awesome. 4 East teams, 4 West teams competing against each other. I have pretty high hopes that East team, especially Ponos, is going to take the title probably after watching yesterday's matches.
I mean,
and also the world champion. So you might be actually watching the first match of the rematch that's going to happen in the grand finals of the Worlds from East.
That's fair. That is very fair. It depends if they leave Moogie inside his little chamber that they keep him in to keep him nice and safe, because that guy, we haven't seen the playoffs. He didn't play yesterday. Will they unleash? He didn't. But will they unleash the extra dimensional being that is Moogie? That guy sees Clash Royale in ways that nobody else does.
Yes, 5D chess, as Simon would love to say it all the time. But now you're looking at, we've been through the left side, the middle, now you're looking at towards the right. We start with Bob Gaming, WDGM. They are the losers from yesterday. Third, fourth placement, man. It is going to be about the seeding that goes into World Finals in December. What matters the most? It's the finals.
Nova Esports versus Ponos. Nova Esports, who have had an incredible run this season. Not as incredible as Ponos, but a season still to be proud of, are going up against one of the strongest Clash Royale teams I think we have ever seen in Ponos. But Fav, WEDGM, 2 teams who at the halfway point of the season, both me and you, were considering writing off. They were last season's first and second, but they started so poorly. But they turned that ship around. They came back with a vengeance, managed to get into that playoffs, and then not only get in, but end up ripping through everyone in that lower bracket. They took out Kix and Talon, 2 of the teams that I'm still heartbroken and not at this part. But WEDGM and Fav have been the better team towards the end of this season. So thoroughly deserved for them.
100%. And Simon basically summed up what happened throughout the season for these both teams. As you can see on the screen, for Bob, easy victory. easy grand finals of last season. It is a rematch.
It is indeed, and it was like a very easy 3-0. I think we were expecting to be here for like 2-3 hours. We were done in like 40 minutes. I
was ready. I was ready for three, maybe even past 3 hours cast for all maximum games of 5 sets. Did not happen. Pop Gaming just clutched it. WEDGM did not even come close to it.
And look at that stat. Hajime has clean swept WEDGM twice already this season. Twice.
Tells a lot about what might happen in this matchup. But let's start talking about 2v2s. No surprise again, Jack Kitashian,
who have been an incredible 2v2 pairing. Jack really did take to 2v2 like a duck to water. Like, the guy just came in with Kitashian, kind of dethroned Kent Sameshi, who was the 2v2 god for so long. And Jack and Kitashian have put together a very impressive 2v2 run. But you know who else has a very impressive 2v2 run?
Who else?
Solomon and Hire. Together they have been an absolute rock in this WEDGM team. When things started to turn around, it was because of these two guys on the podium right now, because they started to get the results. They got the wins. They got what they needed. They helped improve the morale of WEDGM to a point where they could get this far. Remember, they were 2-5 at the halfway point. 5 were 1-5 at the halfway point. 1-6, sorry. And they have completely turned it around.
It has been a big carry most of the time, just from Solomon Hire in those 1v1 sets, and also King of the Hill, getting those massive 3 wins in a row when they needed. Bans, tornado bans from both. I think this might be the first time that we just have tornado ban.
For a very long time, it feels like. It wouldn't be a grand final day without double NATO ban, because this is Clash Royale and everyone likes to ban tornado, but you're right, it has kind of gone under the radar quite a bit this season. Now, usually we see it banned every game, but this season we've seen a lot more giant skeleton bans. We've seen the balloon ban, we've seen a freeze ban. It has been a very varied season in terms of 2v2 bans.
Yeah, a lot of teams just found, okay, after finding out what the other teams are practicing the most, banning out those win conditions directly instead of banning the spells that goes around it, have been the better set of decisions coming out from a lot of ban cards.
Looks like it is going to be double barrel bait for Fav Gaming. Let's see what WEDGM bring. It looks like it might be Balloon with the Lumberjack. I was thinking
even RG with the giant skeleton with Lumberjack.
We'll see.
So far, not the most dangerous pair coming out from WEDGM, as they have to wait for that elixir mark.
Fav losing that Dark Goblin there to the giant skeleton bomb. You never want to see that, but that's because the Lumberjack was moving towards the left-hand tower. So the Dark Goblin decides to walk into certain death with that giant skeleton bomb.
Feeling it has to be Graveyard combined with something else for WEDGM. And it might actually be they wanted to try a Graveyard in there, but after seeing a Dark Goblin, they said, okay, we're not getting a chance right now.
Yeah, looking at it, it could be that Graveyard Balloon deck that we occasionally get to see. We haven't seen it all too much, but it is around. We'll have to see when they decide to throw down. There is the Graveyard coming in. The Ewiz is going to be taken off the board. The Giant Skeleton is going to get Valkyrie to death. Fisherman's going to pull it around. Poison from Fav to help deal with that Graveyard.
Still the death damage is not even close to the tower, so it doesn't take any damage, but it was an early try for WEDGM. I wish they would hold that a little further.
Yeah, I just think they may have pulled the trigger a little bit too early on the clone, because now Fav know they should hold the snowball or they should hold the log. They know they have to hold one of these damaging spells because the clone comes in. But then again, that could be a fake out. That clone could have been used there to kind of force a more conservative spell approach from Fav Gaming.
Yes. Now Fav Gaming, they will be a lot more cautious about their placements, especially on that Valkyrie to pull that giant skeleton. Now, is it just the clone, or is there something else paired up with that?
There was one set of stabs there from the goblins, but here's the balloon. The lumberjack actually gets into the tower. The clone is there, but a raged up clone lumberjack. This balloon is destined to hit that tower. That is going to be a big drop. Both hits, tower is down, and Fav look out for the count in this one. A complete massacre by WEDGM in game 1.
Need to do some more damage to the bomb tower to eliminate all the skeletons. That was an offensive poison from Fav, but not even close. They need to get down at least 2k damage in the remaining 3 seconds, which is impossible. And WEDGM, another clone just to finish with style. They had freeze to combine it.
Well, well, well. Solomon and Higher coming out the gates. Absolutely guns blazing right now with that giant skeleton, loon, clone, freeze. I mean, and with the graveyard, how could I forget? So many different things in that deck that just seem to work together. The giant skeleton loon, the giant skeleton graveyard, the clone to... If you're really desperate, that clone can be used to push the giant skeleton forward, but they didn't need it here. What they did is they doubled down on that lumberjack damage. They got the clone off on a lumberjack that was already on the tower, as well as the balloon. And that lumberjack on its own did like 90% of the damage.
Yeah, until the balloon actually connected after getting that building out of the way real soon with the freeze. As the second lumberjack, I think, went down to a spell really quick, but the original lumberjack that attached to the tower, that was the problem.
So you can see Fav decide to go a bit aggressive here, and it's dealt with real simply. They load up, there's the graveyard. Poison comes down. So if you're WEDGM in that situation, you're thinking, all right, we need to switch it up. We do have those options. We can switch to the balloon play, and we'll be perfectly fine. They take a stab there. E-Wiz comes down to get rid of that. Now it's push time. Balloon loaded up. That lumberjack right there, the one that's targeted by the Inferno Tower. And then the clone one actually got quite a few hits in as well.
3 hits, and the balloon connection with Rage second drop right there, even before the death damage. So even without maybe some less hits from the lumberjack, that tower was going down 100% regardless, because the balloon actually reached it.
And I mean, that is one of the reasons why I really do like that giant skeleton graveyard balloon deck, is because if your opponent does have a hard counter to something you're bringing, the Dark Goblin or the poison to the graveyard, you have an option to switch gears. You can turn it around just by not playing that card and deciding to go for the balloon.
When you have double bait, a lot of the times, unless you have double knight, this time it was just a Valkyrie, I believe, not 2. And Inferno Tower, because they do not really have a strong tanking unit. But you need to be quick with the cycle. That's exactly what the double bait is about. And when WEDGM knows that 100%, just send in a giant skeleton. It's going to go through easily. Even a lumberjack.
Yeah, and there is a reason why that double bait has kind of fallen very hard out of the favor of many of the 2v2 teams. It's because it does run into difficulties.
Yes, just like the rainbow sometimes. And because we've been moving into not as much as golden decks, but still a lot of Mega Knights, a lot, even P.E.K.K.A.s are showing up, like 1 P.E.K.K.A., 1 Mega Knight in some of those decks, a lot more graveyard, balloon, so we started very early moving away from the light 2v2 decks. We had few, because of that reason, when we go very heavy, we had some minor wall breakers to go real cheap cycle.
Yeah. But not very often.
And
Here we go.
it wasn't too effective either.
Yeah, 100%. Right, Fav Gaming against WEDGM. Fav in blue, Katashian and Jack against WEDGM, Solomon and Higher. WEDGM struck a decisive blow game 1 with a clone lumberjack loon giant skeleton. And the lumber loon just completely dismantled the tower. What are we going to see this time?
That's a good question, and I would like to say that WEDGM might be trying the same, or even crazier combo. That clone might not be the first clone we see tonight, guys. Fob might be trying a good old
RG.
Giant Skeleton RG. Giant Skeleton, Royal Giant push. That Heal Spirit doesn't tell us too much.
No, it could be so many different decks. Like, quite a few of these cards that appear in so many decks really do not reveal anything. And when you're the opponent, you got to be like, okay, let's wait. Let's see what it is after this. Let's not jump to conclusions. Let's not jump and think this is going to be Royal Giant. It could be Royal Hogs. It could be even Hog Rider on its own. Ram Rider. A lot of decks carry the Heal Spirit. A lot of decks carry the spells that WEDGM is showing. So playing very close to the chest as we get into the last 10-15 seconds of this standoff. I hope.
Single elixir time.
We have seen once, I believe, where it went all the way down to sudden death time before a first
Near
card
like
was
6
played.
seconds, I believe.
Yeah, that
Near
was
the last 6-7 seconds.
What was that, 2 years ago? Forever ago. Okay, double Musketeer from WEDGM, both going one way and the other. And now a lot of split lane pressure coming out of WEDGM. The Royal Recruits, the Musketeers split, the Skeleton Dragons. A absolute ton of pressure. Here comes the balloon. The graveyard is down too. Ewiz is there. Have Fav got enough to defend this? The freeze from WEDGM, and this defensive freeze is going to make light work of that. But
Still the balloon is there and does not get the connection. Can't really say. I don't think it made the connection.
No,
Still 4
it didn't.
digits, but the Skeletons still did a whole lot of work, so that was a good push from WEDGM. Regardless, Bob still going all the way. The balloon getting pulled by the bomb tower.
nothing to push it out of the way, so it is going to drop in the middle of no man's land here. No damage getting done to the tower. The pressure is on Kitashin and Jack to bring this on. If they lose this, their team is already one down. The Lumberjack takes out the Ewiz. It's going to help chip away at that bomb tower. Fireball to rage it up the Skeletons from the graveyard, and that,
defensive freeze just before the connection, but still the death damage does go in 66 within a small spell range. WEDGM. They have done it again.
WEDGM?
EDGM.
WEDGM take a very quick, very decisive, almost too easy 2v2 victory there. That did not look challenging for Solomon and Hire whatsoever.
They had a lot of anti-air, even the Musketeers, but because of the placement and the freeze connection into those Musketeer, and Ewiz had to be dropped on the graveyard away from the balloon. The balloon sometimes didn't even take a single damage even after the building was gone.
Yeah, and I mean, the double lane pressure here to open up was absolutely brilliant. What it does, it just forces Valve Gaming to split resources, move it around, and it gives WEDGM the opportunity. They could have gone balloon on the left or the right to get into those towers. And I mean, it just worked like an absolute charm, and Fab just had nothing to help deal with this.
Yeah, these placements was very tough and a pretty good fireball, but not enough elixirs to defend perfectly.
Yeah, and they went all or nothing with the Lumberjack, balloon, counterattack, and they got nothing. Solomon and Hire were absolutely phenomenal in that 2v2. That's probably the best 2v2 I think I've seen them play this year.
And that's something I would have liked to see a lot more if they played it yesterday.
Yeah, if they'd have played it yesterday, they might have stood a chance and be in the grand finals.
Maybe, but still maybe not, because Ponos just took them down, basically.
All right, King of the Hill is coming up. Remember, this is a lot of pride. 3rd and 4th place, there is the pride issue at stake. Neither team wants to go down to 4th because it's not just about the seeding. It's about what you can put on your team's resume at the end of the year. And 4th place does not look good as 3rd, 2nd, and 1st place.
And also the prize plus, I believe the 4th should be going against the 1st. That's usually how it works out.
Well, the format,
right?
I don't think has been announced yet, has it? All right,
I don't think
there's
a format, but because of the seeding, usually it does
work out that way. Yeah.
first versus fourth and the second versus third like that.
And then you look at the King of the Hill record and it paints a very interesting story. FAV Gaming have a lot of quality within their King of the Hill roster, whereas WEDGM have had such a mixed bag of everything. Solomon is 11-11, Higher 11-14, Peace 2-7. Wonga was part of the No Win Club until very recently. He's now 3-9. I mean, they just don't really have, I don't want to say quality, but they don't have the strength that their opponents have. Katassian has come out of the woodwork. He's finally left that 2v2 pairing that he has been in for so long and has made a name for himself in King of the Hill.
Agree with most of the things that you said, especially for WEDGM. Since they don't really have, they do have a carry, but that's not consistent. It is not consistent compared to FAV Gaming as player like Expo Master, Jack, or Hajime. So Wanga coming out as the first set, it was Peace before, which I think Wanga has risen up to a position to fit better in the team, especially when it comes down to playoff. Compared to the regular season, he's playing a lot better. But is that enough to get him through into the third place spot of the team?
Well, Wanga is 1-1 in the playoffs. He did beat Geralt and lost to Line. And then in his 1v1 sets, it was the opposite. Lost to Geralt and then beat Line.
Will that be enough? Kitashin will be a very big opponent for Wanga. Kitashin does have the favor, but in terms of deck choice, that might all be thrown out the window very soon.
Well, Katassian is 3-3 in the playoffs. He's beaten Benzer, he beat Yuya, he beat Geralt, but has lost to Light, Line, and CRS just yesterday.
Recently, the RGs, the Giant, the Royal Giant has been getting a very low win rate compared to the Graveyard, so I think, imagine we'll see a lot more Graveyard again today with some Royal Hogs.
But the Graveyard Barb Hut deck that, you know, has been around, and that's what Katassian's bringing today, did not have much success yesterday at all. I think it won just a couple of times in a straight matchup, so we'll see if Katassian can bring the win. The NATO there, activating the King Tower, will definitely help against these Royal Hogs as we continue through this game.
Big time, and Wanga, he's also got an Earthquake with the Royal Log, which is actually one of the more common versions nowadays. Sometimes with delivery, sometimes with just a log.
Yep, with the cage as well. Choosing the lightest option of buildings, which is that cage. The cage is just insanely valuable right now, especially with like Tombstone not being as popular.
It will be, or maybe not. We still don't know exactly, but it's getting a buff soon.
Okay, so the Hogs getting into that Barb Hut. The Barbarian Barrel actually gets a lot of value there. And that Barb Hut is actually relatively unscathed from all those pigs that get right on top of it.
Yeah, that's actually the thing. With the King Tower activated, the Royal Halls are significantly just weaker instantly. So Wanga might as well just cycle through a lot of Earthquake. The Chip, Kitashin, he's getting ready for a perfect setup. Here's the first Graveyard.
Yeah, you can see what Wango is trying to do. He dropped that cage right at the bridge so that it stops everything from coming over, but the skeletons spawning on the back have to be EQ'd away. Wanga made a very difficult choice there. Will he be able to recover from this?
Does that EQ could have actually evened out the HP of the two Princess Towers? So that is a big decision for sure. Kitashin would be happy with that. Got some Baby Dragon connection along with that offensive tornado too. Well played just now.
It wasn't as bad as we have seen it. We've seen those tornadoes absolutely turn games around and close out the tower, but this time around it got a few hits, got enough damage that it's not a complete write-up for Katassian, who is getting the better of some of these exchanges, but he needs to defend as well. These Spear Goblins are going to connect into the tower with almost no pressure against them, and the damage is just coming in. Down below 1,000 now on that bottom left-hand side. Katassian is in a world of trouble, and Wonga kind of controlling this right now.
Yeah, this is all happening because of that one big poison that Kitachan threw down. To connect with that heal spirit of Wonga, I wish we get to see that replay very soon after the game. But because of that, there was a huge push on the left side and the right. Kitachan could not really handle both. When you're using poison, you just have to get that Musketeer. There's no other choice.
Yeah, the pigs again running right into the barb hut. EQ comes down. That tower is getting dangerously low. Kitachan is on his final legs here. He needs to get a graveyard push. So he starts up with the Knight up front, the Baby Dragon in the air. The cage comes down as expected. Nice tornado there.
Early nado there before the graveyard. Now he has enough, but doesn't really pull. Actually pulls it later after everything locks into the Baby Dragon.
EQ down to get that final damage into the tower. 1-2-8 on that. One more EQ will be enough, but the Hogs might be able to do it on their own. They will connect. Ooh, Bob Hut last minute, but it's not gonna matter. EQ finishes that tower off, and Wonga takes a nice victory there. Well played.
Some questions about that one poison, which led into Wanga's Musketeer surviving for extra 40 shots.
40?
Maybe 45. Like that Musketeer survived for a heck of a lot of time, and tried to get it down with the Barb Barrel, and then the Heal Spirit connected to the Barbarian, which actually healed up the Musketeer. We have to see that replay. That was the game-deciding moment. Kitachan just poisoned away without hitting the Musketeer, but everything else on it.
Yeah, Kitachan's graveyard play.
It was right before this moment. Don't get to see it.
Yeah, Kitachan's graveyard play was not exactly great, I would say. I think it's this one, right? No. But here, tornado in, the splash damage is nice and all, but
yeah. His tower's already
just shutting the door on the bridge, raising the bridge.
Yeah, Kitachan's tower already down to 300. And Kitachan, he knew what was going to happen basically. Was trying to get with the off-timing attack with the graveyard poison, and certainly ended up not working there.
Yep, and then EQ finished off the tower. Wonga getting a nice victory there over Kitachan. Both players kind of have the same role within the team, which is like the starting show, especially in King of the Hill. They're the guys you throw out
opening
first.
ceremony,
Yeah.
but no, I would say yes in terms of the result for Wonga, but not as much for Kitachan. I think he has a lot more of a result, a lot better of a result in the team, and a lot more wins.
Well, what it could be is like those first few weeks, he felt like he had to really prove himself, and he started to, play out of his mind. Maybe he got a little bit content with that position, and that's causing him to have this very minor run of form where he is now 3 losses in a row in terms of King of the Hill. But he is going to be replaced with Jack. So Jack against Wonga.
Who is supposed to be the savior. Did play Hog once yesterday with a win. Hope it continues.
Hog EQ would be nice to see out of Jack. It's always nice to see a player play their classic comfort decks, and that is definitely one of Jack's. But again, it has kind of fallen out of favor in the meta. We don't see all too many Hog Riders top ladder or in grand challenges. I don't think they're not that popular in it.
Ladder, there's always a Hog Rider player.
Oh, always.
There's always.
But the density of Hog Rider players has definitely dropped off a little bit. I mean, there was a time where you couldn't click someone's profile on the top 100 and it didn't have a Hog Rider deck loaded up.
There's always a Sparky guy in the middle right there. Always. And says, that's the best deck. No,
maybe not anymore. Okay. Right, game 2 will shortly be upon us. It is going to be Jack versus Wonga. Remember, each time these two teams have met in the regular season, Hajime swept past the whole team. So we don't really have any stats on any of the other matchups. We don't know how Jack performed against Wonga or any of this. It is completely new territory for us. Looks like we're going to get
Spirit Goblins. Might be the same deck from Wonga, and
there it is. Bomb tower comes down. Make light work of those hogs, and will eventually fall.
And double barrel from Jack.
Didn't work very well in the 2v2. Will it work better in this 1v1 against Wonga? Dark Goblin played deep at the back. Now that Jack knows it's not the graveyard, he feels a lot more confident playing that Dark Goblin.
Yeah, especially with wanted to get the Musketeer down with the Fireball push. But good Fisherman there. With the Bomb Tower, Jack does have a big favor in this matchup.
As long as you can keep it in cycle against these hogs, it is going to be very hard for Wonga to break through. But there should be an EQ in this deck. Unless he has changed it out, there should be the EQ. That will make that Bomb Tower a little less effective than what it would be without.
Yeah, when there's EQ, Jack will try to log those Royal Hogs.
Or just straight up fireball them.
Yeah, again, Wanga's Heal Spirit is going to be the key. If he count, depends on how many times he will actually connect them.
Goblin's coming in, fireballed away. That's not the trade that Wonga really wants here. But he had no choice.
It's the only two, basically.
So Wonga loads up on the Royal Hogs. The EQ comes down early, and it is good. It catches that Bomb Tower. The log tries to keep the Hogs in that death damage range, but doesn't quite manage to do so. And for the first time, Wonga takes the lead. 1784 against 1875.
And a big push with the Goblins now getting a massive work since the Princess Tower is actually locked onto the Knight instead of everything else.
Wow, wow, wow. Jack got a massive... Oh, the fireball missed! Wonga's collapsing at the seams, and Jack, knowing that is a moment of weakness, decides to just absolutely go ham at Wonga's tower.
And even the Skeletons will actually do some damage. Along with the Dark Goblin, this tower is down and 11 seconds to go. Royal Hogs, right now or never. So Jack already loading up a Bomb Tower. There's EQ, but without those Hogs reaching the tower, it's going to be Jack winning game number 2.
That one moment where that fireball missed, and you could just see Jack's reaction instantly. He's like, oh, you missed? All right, throw everything at the bridge. Let's go, 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 boys. He has no fireball in hand. I know the last spell is 99% EQ. He has nothing to stop it, and that's exactly what happened. Wonga had to
use a defensive EQ.
No.
Because it will bring Skeletons down.
I don't think you would use a defensive EQ against what that push had. We're gonna get to see. Okay, so that missed fireball, bam. Now look, Knight, you have the Dark Goblin, the Skeleton Barrel, the Goblin Barrel. Everything is just loaded up here. And I mean, Wonga has no spells really to deal with this. And even without the Skeletons, I think the Dark Goblin would have finished that tower anyway. So, Wonga had no choice. That missed fireball ends up sealing his fate. His fate was already 99% decided. He was bleeding out. But that missed fireball was, he basically just ended it himself.
Yeah, Jack was always throwing not in the same try position. One on the left, one towards top, one towards the bottom. It's always something that you do have to try when you're playing Goblin Barrel. Either you're playing double barrel or single barrel.
Yep. Variety is the spice of life, and when you have a Goblin Barrel, that's how you win games. You have to change it up. Sometimes you go deep, sometimes you go short, sometimes you split around. And each time you do it, keeping your opponent off guard so they can't easily spell it away or lay down something like a Valkyrie or a Knight or something like that. Just really does help you close out the game. But we'll shortly be getting down to this one real soon. It is going to be higher. Yesterday played Brown Rider Pekka. Did also play that Graveyard Barb Hut deck. Played one with the Battle Healer and one with the Ice Whiz. So we'll see what he decides to bring now.
The Ice Whiz Graveyard with the NATO has been getting a lot more popularity, especially with the hut or even without the hut, the old 3.5 version with the Baby Dragon. I like both, and because we have a lot of, or we had a lot of RG last weekend and actually had not bad of a win, about 50%. Just having a tornado always helps when you're going against those Royal Giants.
It does the drag backs and just making sure that your tower stays out of range, but if you're Wanga, you just saw Jack use bait. What do you think he's going to play next?
Expo.
I mean, that's not out of the realm of possibilities. We saw him play Expo, I think last week. Yeah, 3.0 Expo. Also has played Icebo. Could go back to the Hog Rider.
Could go back to the Hog Rider. Yeah, Icebo is also a pretty good combination when you have NATO Rocket.
It depends what higher is going to bring here. Looking at it, maybe he's going to bring something like that RG. I think it might be RG with the Cage Earthquake delivery that we saw very early on in the playoffs from higher.
The Fisherman Baby Dragon combo with the Ewis, which is getting a nerf.
Ewis.
Why?
It's a
It's
card.
strong. It's always strong.
It has its moments, but I think it's fair. Fisherman not getting a nerf, I can understand as well. I quite like Fisherman though. It's a fun card to watch. Anyway, here we go. Ooh, Spear Goblins at the bridge. Most likely Mortar Skeleton Barrel from higher. The Fisherman though, that completely changes that idea. And Lava Hound from Jack.
Maybe just a regular Cage RG. And Royal Logs again, just like Wanga.
Okay, Royal Hogs.
And Lava with what?
So just a bit of perspective here. Higher has not played Royal Hogs with... Oh no, he did. He played Royal Hogs, EQ, Bomb Tower, Fisherman, Musk. Okay, so that's what he's going to be bringing here. I was like, oh, I'm sure he's played it. Yeah, he played it twice. So the Lava Hound is going to pop. Is there enough here to stop these pops from connecting? Baby Dragon getting the splash through that Goblin Brawler. Not terrible. Jack getting a decent amount of damage in this first opening exchange there. 1825 on that tower.
Not bad at all. Here comes Royal Logs once again higher. Moving up. Barbaro getting that heal spirit is big, but still the Hogs are reaching. It's about 5, 6, 7.
And that's going to completely change the balance of this one. Favor swings back over to higher.
Yeah, with the quick cycle with Spear Goblins chipping some damage to tower, Jack has to load up another lava now. Yeah, just take those 2 shots.
I was thinking higher could counterattack on the opposite side. And we see these Royal Hogs coming in. That's exactly what he's going to do. It's a little later than I think you would probably want, but the Fisherman not getting the activation here on that tower. And these pigs are just ripping this tower to shreds. 268 remains on that one with the Inferno Dragon. Last minute distraction there by the Spear Goblins, but it is, oh, the Fisherman just in time, and the Musketeer eventually takes that Inferno Dragon down.
And even with that much defense higher, not enough to keep his tower alive. But the Hogs are there. Jack does not really have anything else. He's got to let that go. Without the cage, it's going to be hard.
It is indeed. The Fisherman pulls the other Fisherman, and Jack now needs to build on this right-hand side, but I think both the Fisherman and the Barb would have gone left anyway. So what do you put behind it? Inferno Dragon is the first. Fisherman is there. The Royal Hogs come down as a quick counter attack, but it's not going to be able to get much into the towers. The Brawler will start cleaning that up. The Inferno Dragon is now connected
On tower.
onto the tower.
There's nothing
Jack
else.
takes game 3 in this King of the Hill.
That Inferno was the key. Even before the right tower on the left, Tyre had a very tough time dealing with that Inferno, trying to drag it away from the tower there, but there was no other source of pushing it out of the way because the final card, you have to guess it's an EQ. It is not a fireball, it is not a snowball. So Jack bringing lots of air, especially using a lot of Inferno because in knowing that, okay, WEDGM, they've done this before many times during the regular season, all of them bringing the same exact deck. I think that was the problem.
Yeah, I mean, props to Higher here. This Inferno Dragon defense was absolutely insane. That Inferno Dragon was so close to connecting, but it didn't. But the Miner with the pups finished it off anyway. But Higher did take us to a 2-tower situation where he did have the advantage opening up, but he just could not deal with this Lava Hound efficiently enough. The Miner coming in and sniping away at those goblins, as well as the poison coming down, just opened a path for that Inferno Dragon to get that huge connection. Phenomenal play by Jack. Higher maybe got a little bit too aggressive by putting the hogs in that pocket. May have cost him, but it's hard to say at this point.
It's hard to say. And here comes the key player for the team, Solomon again. Higher wasn't enough, then it must be my time to shine.
Can Solomon break through Jack, who's looking better today than he did yesterday, for sure. Yesterday, of course, he did get a win against CRS and DK. But then went 0-2 to Elsiop in that 1v1 set. But Jack is looking pretty good, and he looks good to clean up here and take us to set 3 with a huge, huge win. Don't forget, WEDGM did win that 2v2. So they're currently 1-0 in the series. Jack will bring us to 1 apiece. We will guarantee at least 2 1v1 sets.
Yeah, up to set 4, maybe even into set 5.
If it does go to set 5, I have a few concerns about the grand final, because yesterday the first match was 3-2 and then it was 3-0. So hopefully we don't go to set 5, just so that, you know, the grand finals can go all the way.
Yeah, the season has been a lot with the patterns. Not just for the day, for the weeks. And beta we had for the over 11 weeks. It has to come down to some type of a pattern, which I wish it at least go to set 4 or 5 in the grand finals too. But Jack might just have a sweep, and I don't think Jack ever had a sweep during the season, did he? In King of the Hill.
He came close. He did get one against Team Timing in the second half of the season, where he beat Sado, Haruki, then Nuri. That's the only one. He came close multiple times, though. He almost did it against Nova twice as well. He has finished off quite a few games as well against Kicks. He beat Light and Benzer to close that one out. Yesterday against Nova again. Actually, he comes close every time against Nova. 2 wins, 1 loss, 2 wins, 1 loss, 2 wins, 1 loss. Huh. How did I not pick up on that pattern yesterday? But he has got 1 in the season and has come close multiple times. May this be his second sweep of the season.
And an important sweep in the playoff for the team. Yes, he's one of the less common players to play 2v2 and everything else. And King of the Hill, and also in the 1v1 set 100% of the time, basically.
He is the linchpin here. Can he close it? Now we're gonna go into game 4 of this King of the Hill between Jack and Solomon. Okay, skeleton cycle from both players here.
Skeletons.
The sign of an expo. Nope, not anymore. All right.
totally not. Still can be possible with the Fisherman. Some Hog decks? No, never mind. With the Hunter.
I like how you tried to make it work. Lightning that away.
So, taking RG from Solomon, the heavier lightning version that we have seen a couple of times, not too many. Towards week like 9 and 10.
Started to crop up.
Some lightning RG combination was the most common lightning spell used.
So the question is, what are they pairing up? You think it might be RG? It could be Royal Hogs. Could even be Balloon. You just never know when you only see Fisherman Hunter, Heal Spirit, Skeletons, and a log.
And RG, of course.
There's the RG from Solomon.
There's everything else.
Bats from Jack. Card that kind of fell out of favor in this meta. Makes its way back, and a lot of damage getting done there for Solomon with that RG. 1508 remains on that tower.
A quick cycle. Fisherman Hunter. What do you say with the log and fireball?
Yeah, most likely RG.
Yes, cheaper version RG. But there has been some Royal Hog deck instead.
As you say that, the
Easy.
Royal Giant comes down on the left-hand side. Hunter is gonna not take out the Barb and the Fisherman on the right-hand side here. RG played Encounter on that left-hand side. Fireball to try and get rid of the supporting units. And there we go, RG pulled in by the Fisherman. Both towers wailing away, and that was much better defense for Jack. Can he turn this into an offense? The RG is gonna get a shot eventually. It felt like forever. 1264 remaining on that tower, and Jack has taken a very, very narrow lead as we go into the last 20 seconds of regular time.
On the right with the Hunter log and the Fisherman hook there.
That was a big pull.
And the Heal Spirit, letting it connect one more. Down to 586 now. Great play by Solomon. Having a perfect read on that RG. Now Fisherman does lock onto the E-Wiz.
Oh, and the fireball missed, but I don't think it matters. Ooh, 512 remaining there. It was close.
Will just be a lot more damage on the left. And Jack might be out of options very soon. That Hunter still connecting one more shot.
Oh, it could have gone down on either side. Solomon slapping away Jack there. And we're gonna go down to a Game 5 King of the Hill match.
And guess who it's going to be?
Expo Master
Hajime.
Kentsumeshi.
Hajime.
All right, Solomon played that near perfectly. Jack making a very rare mistake with that fireball, trying to take the E-Wiz that was already being locked by the Fisherman, which made for a very interesting dodge there. And the Fisherman play from Solomon was much stronger than Jack's Fisherman play, I want to say.
Yes.
So here, this fireball did catch the tower, so not all is lost, but that's a mistake we rarely see Jack make.
Yeah, I think Jack must have thought that fireball would hit before the hook. Was pretty close, but not like crazy close enough.
I don't even think Jack realized how in danger his left side tower was, because he reacted more to the RG getting that extra hit than the Hunter taking down his tower.
I think the moment that fireball didn't really hit that E-Wiz, the DDR4 16 gigabyte RAM just broke in half. He had no other memory to load up anything. Says, okay, just finish me.
the saddest music ever just loads up as he does that. It's like, ah. Moments before disaster. Anyway, Jack goes down, and we go to a Game 5 in this King of the Hill. If Solomon wins here, WEDGM take a very strong 2-0 lead into set 3. If whoever is last up from FUV Gaming can bring us back, we are ending 1 apiece. And it was looking rough for WEDGM. Jack looked on fire against both Wonga and Higher. But Solomon, man, that guy just pulls wins from absolutely nowhere at times.
Yeah, when WDGM was guessed by a lot of pros, not just in the East, also from the West, that WDGM might just go out very soon in the first 2 days. Solomon pulled the entire squad. He grabbed the hair of everyone else and says, let's go, I've worked out my ways. And he actually did it. He's about to do it again today.
Well, just a reminder of his playoff form. Yes, he did lose to Geralt and Light and KK, but he got 2 wins before losing to Light. He beat Benzer and Yuya. And against Talon, he beat Line and Blizzard to close that one out in a very similar situation today, where they got down to that final player. So can he take out Hajime in this one? It's going to be tough. Hajime has played some phenomenal Clash. This guy has been one of the shining lights of FUB Gaming. The Balloon Boulder Freeze. You feeling it from Hajime, or
Not
do you think
today.
he's going to bring something else?
No, not today. Not another freeze. Oh, he's awesome at it. He's the person that can land it down for FUB Gaming.
Could we see La Balloon?
Yeah, FUB loves to play Lava, especially Kita-chan. But not as much for Hajime. I'd like to see some more Sparky before we don't see him anymore.
More Sparky, please.
Yeah, Goblin Giant Sparky actually being played a lot in other tournaments.
Oh, I was going to say, is it now? I've barely
Not
seen
here.
it this season.
Not here.
All right, so here we go. The
Even some
fifth.
just regular Giant Sparky.
Yeah, I've seen that
She's
one.
still
knocking
popular.
around. Ran into that one yesterday. That was a headache.
Expo.
Is it going to be Expo versus Expo? What a mirror matchup that would be.
Going back to 2017. With the Mega Minion. Filling Graveyard from Solomon. And Hog Rider from Hajime.
Bomb Tower is there for Solomon, who was shaking his head in the initial archers coming down and Skeleton's log. So maybe he was thinking it would have gone that way, but now he looks a little more confident. He does have the Bomb Tower, which will be a big, big issue for Hajime to try and break through.
There will be an EQ, and Hajime must have a Bomb Tower on his own, so the Graveyard will not be as powerful for Solomon either. Because of those archers, the placement, of course, of those poison has to be on Archer.
Hajime just cycling out that log, realizing he probably won't need it too much. The Hog Rider comes in, and he's going to be distracted by that Bomb Tower.
No EQ again. Is it just EQ Fireball or Snowball EQ?
Maybe he's running something different. Maybe sacrificing that EQ for something else. Very unlikely. but-
Unlikely because the cycle doesn't really work with a heavy spell.
And
Snowball chance?
there's
Okay.
the EQ, Snowball to push it back. The Hog Rider doesn't get much in on that one. 2186 remains on the tower. EQ doing what EQ does best, and that's just laying down and ruining the foundations of your opponent's towers.
Well done, and a good deck read from Solomon. Bringing his Snowball in a Graveyard here instead of usually what is a Bar Barrel. Just the EQ. Hajime thinks, okay, you have your Bomb Tower, your cycle's pretty quick, I get it.
There's the Hog. Bomb Tower in the center one more time. I think, judging by this, I mean, Solomon is defending perfectly right now. He is
There's
shutting
Graveyard
up
chance.
shot. And unfortunately, the Princess Tower is still connected to those skeletons. The knight was not forward enough. So very easily dealt with the Archer help as well. 2216.
Hajime loaded up a skeleton on the left to block that knight really quickly. That reflex was incredible. Again, the Hog with a predicted EQ that lands right on the Bomb Tower.
Hog Rider Again, shut down. I think Hajime is going to have to make a massive mistake that we have never seen him do before in order to lose this game. It is looking like his all over.
Smart. Skeletons on the left, just in case of Graveyard on the left side. Hog Rider getting hit there much.
1562 goes against 2000. And here we go, another Graveyard comes down. There's the poison this time, gonna try to get some more damage in. The Archer does go down to that poison damage. The lug comes in, and it's evening up for Solomon. But how much more pressure can he absorb from Hajime?
As Hajime can still just cycle through, and there's always a chance, Graveyard chance on the left, but of course with the right, when the Hog is always coming down, has to be the choice again, forced by the DQ. There's a snowball push, but Hog Rider actually getting a hit. Skeletons are doing some damage, but Hog Rider doing a lot more on top.
That was an excellent counterattack there by Hajime, realizing that Solomon was kind of putting a little bit too much into that push. Hog Rider shut down this time, the EQ getting the work done. Log comes down, that's another set of damage. 2, 7, 8. In that tower. Bomb tower placed very early here. Archers played on the side. They are going to get poisoned away most likely. Actually, Solomon decides not to. Releases that very, very late, actually. The EQ comes down. 2 damage left. Our log will do it. And there is that log. Hajime closes out the King of the Hill and ties us up at 1 set each.
And he says, done it again. Just like yesterday and the day before and month before.
Hajime's just like, easy clap, boys. That was just too much. That was close, though. That was closer than expected. Hajime did need to make a big mistake in order to lose that. But Solomon started to outplay.
There were some great plays from Solomon, especially the switching timing to the left was also pretty good, but these small drags of the Hog Riders from Solomon's Knight and some of those Mega Minions, not letting Princess Tower connect 100% against those Skeletons, were actually the key plays for Hajime.
Well, that counterattack was absolutely brilliant. Realizing that Solomon had invested Graveyard and Poison, decides, you know what, I can take a little bit of damage. If I get a Hog into your tower and you do not have Bomb Tower, which he did not, because he didn't have the Elixir for it, because he put so much on the aggression.
The Mega Minion plus the poison right there.
I mean, Hajime just gets it done again and again and again. He found a way to do it today. Can he do it in a 1v1? Because I want to see him play a best of 3.
And likely you're going to see him. I think Hajime should be playing in that set 4 after Jack, potentially.
I think it depends how you set it up. I think Hajime would be a good shout coming in 3rd. Because if your team, if you assume that, you know, you will win the 2v2 and the King of the Hill, you want your strongest player in that 3rd spot. But we've also seen teams put their strongest player in the 4th slot, just in case something goes wrong. So it's going to be interesting to see which strategy they come out with. And I think,
or just in case everything goes wrong, you have to have your best in set number 3. Just in case.
It's really hard as a coach when you're looking at how to, you know, invest your team and where you're going to put them in this roster, which position. It's a real struggle because you obviously can't read everything, and you have to, you know, flowchart it. If we win this, who would I want here? If we win this, who would I want here? But it has to be decided early on, so you have to kind of play your own prediction game and go, you know what? I don't have faith that Jack and Katasi can win the 2v2, but I have faith we can close it out in the 1v1s. That would be right. But that would be terrible if you're Fav, because they do not have the results in these best of 3s. And we start off with Jack. You saw his stats, I missed it, but he is 1-4 in 1v1 sets. And this playoff period, he lost 2-0 to Benzer, beat Geralt 2-1, and just yesterday lost 2-0 to Elsiop. And it is going to be Solomon coming out here. So WEDGM looking to make a statement, put their best foot forward in set 3. Of course, in the 1v1 sets, Solomon has only played once, and that was against Light of Kicks, where he won 2-1. So 100% win record in the 1v1s for Solomon, but of course, one match is next to nothing.
Yeah, 100% and also pretty high from King of the Hill, so that we know for sure. Using Jack, yesterday I believe it was Hajime, Jack, and then Expo Master.
Yeah, Expo Master closed us off, and he did not look on form yesterday. It was probably the worst I think I have ever seen Expo Master look in a 1v1 set.
Only towards the last 30 seconds or so. So that has been the critical point for Expo Master, but here we go. Jack versus Solomon, still 1-1 tied. So think of it as a best of 3 1v1s from now on.
Spear Goblins in the bridge. Bandit coming in. Is this going to be the Battle Ram deck that we have seen floating around this tournament the last few days?
Are not just a couple, actually a lot of course, with the bridge spam, Bandit does pair in a lot of those decks, even some Ram Riders. And looking at it, feels Ram Rider to me from Solomon. And Jack saying, okay.
There's the Battle Ram coming in. Royal Ghost loaded up, knowing that the Bob Hut is in a terrible position. Jack has kind of made a very big error in judgment in that placement there, not realizing what he was going up against, and has taken a hefty beating because of it here. 1662 on that bottom right-hand tower as the Magic Archer continues to just come down the field and lay a couple more hits into that Barb Hut, reducing its efficiency.
Let's see if it's with the recruits or the cannon card. Cannon card 3.3, really quick in cycle for Solomon.
Card. But these hogs are going to get some damage in. The Heal Spirit actually connected in two. Actually,
real good. Connected into the 2 hogs that were hurt. Real good position there.
11:36, but now Jack knows what's coming. He has all the time in the world to prepare, and it lets the Battle Ram go. Fireballs out the barbs. That's a big, big hit to take.
This is a pretty hard matchup for both, as a lot of those Royal Hogs will actually connect to Solomon's towers. But also in terms of bridge span, Jack's deck is not really made for a big split when you have the Barb Hut. It's more towards a complete one-side attack.
So Solomon, realizing that, does decide to pressure down the left and let that Royal Ghost come down the right, and it's gonna get a connection. The Barb Barrel has to come in, not the most efficient here. 483 Fireball used as well. Jack is just falling apart at the seams in this game.
Jack is one of those players who can pull off a miracle at times, and this time with the Barb Hut somewhat set up.
Royal Ghost sneaking through again. Fireball used to delete that Magic Archer off the field.
Has to be used all the time. Now right after the cannon.
Oh,
good timing with the Royal Hogs.
But defended nicely. Solomon clearing that up off the board and puts a lot of pressure in now. Skeletons, Musketeer, the Spear Goblins even. And look at this. I think the Battle Ram. Oh,
yeah, just got enough elixirs for that Barb Hut. Still takes the charge damage into the hut, and the cannon part is actually going to lock on it.
Yeah, but Solomon doesn't have a lot left. He only has 2, 3, little bit of elixir left over after that push. And is kind of hurting here. He needs to almost reset and find a little bit of respite in order to be able to finish this off. The Barb Hut played very nicely there to distract the Bandit, and it is still 4-8-3 against 5-4-6.
Fortune had to burn those Spear Goblins. That's big, but still against the Ghost. Had to be done. Now Jack getting ready for another big push with the Royal Logs. Steel Spirit is leaded by the barrel. And the fireball onto the right. This is game-ending moment. It's close. Another fireball will do it.
So Solomon decides to put all the pressure he can on that left-hand side to try and finish that tower. The fireball comes in. Oh, slightly too late on that bandit charge on both sides. And Jack takes a win. Jack definitely stole that from the jaws of defeat that we have seen him do multiple times.
It took some time for Jack to actually cycle into a
winning beat.
A better cycle, which was still weak against this many bridge spam because of not just the bandit, there was always magic archer to bring those fireballs against fireball. You do want to connect the cart, so it's out of range against a lot of these units. And also when that cannon is still there, the hogs are not going to go straight. So there were lots of thoughts of the timing, when Solomon was going to play each card for Jack.
Yeah, I mean, it was looking pretty good for Solomon, but Jack turned it around with that perfect management of his cycle. He almost abandoned the Bob HUD unless absolutely necessary. Took damage on that right-hand side from the battle ram, which was, to me, a very risky play in the situation that Jack found himself in, but not over-committing to that defense on that battle ram allowed him to pull more elixir into that push on the left-hand side. So what looks like a very risky trade worked out for Jack there.
Yeah, Jack knew that over the cycle I can find it better, especially against the bandit, which if it's actually being paired with a lot of other units, then there can be a fireball.
Yep.
And also the barb hut can just come down, and barbarians will actually eat and soak up those dash damage, which at least the bandit actually got close to no damage to the tower. Just a few battle ram hits, barbarians, and most of the problems, it was actually the Royal Ghost.
Yeah, huge problem was the Royal Ghost, but
Yeah, the biggest winner after the balance update.
Game 2 will surely be upon us. Can Solomon put his team in the lead going into set 4 and possibly set 5? Or can Jack close it out and give his team the boost they need as they further move down the roster? We'll have to see. Solomon has a lot of work to do. He needs to win game 2 and game 3 here in order to bring it home. Whereas Jack just needs one more. And then it will be in the hands of one of his teammates to finish it off.
I very likely Expo Master or Hajime. I would say Hajime at first and then Expo Master.
I always feel weird closing with someone who's not on form, you know? We've seen...
Continue.
I've lost my train of thought now. That was a terrible Hog Rider impression.
That better?
That's a little bit better. That's a little bit
Better
better.
pitched.
Kind of scared here right now. I think G-Clef is losing his mind, ladies and gentlemen. I am currently trapped in a very small room with him casting this. And I think
You're welcome.
he's reached breaking point. As we come in to game 2 now, it is going to be Jack against Solomon. Jack has one game advantage right now. Can he close it out? We'll be finding out relatively soon as the God Luck comes out and Spear Goblins is the first play again here.
And immediately with the skeletons. So nothing too big. We see the spears. And those barrel with the heal. You know what's coming.
Do I? What is it?
You basically answered yourself there.
All right, RG from Solomon comes out very early against that Barb HUD. Nothing supporting it, so it is gonna go down before getting hits into that tower. There are now 3 barbs.
Loading up Royal Hawks.
There you have it. Hunter, though, Solomon making the adjustments he needs to here.
On the right.
Still going to take some. And how is he going to stop that on the right? Ewiz comes down. That's going to get instantly popped. The Heal Spirit does nothing.
This is crazy from the left side. This will be more than 1,000. Another shot from the Musketeer. 820.
All went pear-shaped. for Solomon. You could see what he thought E-Wiz will be enough, but it gets deleted and then just doesn't have anything to slow that push down again. Great push by Jack.
Yeah, just those connections with those safeguard with the bar barrel, the heal spirit healing the musketeer back up.
So do you think the lonely push with that Royal Giant that Solomon made to take down that bar put was the wrong decision?
No, it wasn't bad. What happened after was just better prediction from Jack, which led him into this much of a gap on the left side. Just with the RG, I don't think it was a big mistake or a mistake at all.
Okay, well, Hunter is going to start making bacon of those pigs as they get a few more hits in. 5-2-5 on that tower. RG with the Hunter now behind it is a little bit more of a potent combo. Fisherman over the river is going to just start pulling units left and right. Fireball deletes the Hunter though. And now this RG is going to get at least one, possibly two. There you go. 2 hits in the tower. Can Solomon continue to come back in this? He is on a clock. There is a Fireball for Jack, which is the direct damage spell that he needs in order to close this one out.
With the lightning, Solomon at least getting the musketeer, which has been the biggest problem. But after getting it down to 600, Solomon has been putting off nice defense.
Fireball comes in. Jack electing not to let that connect into the tower, but doesn't need to.
Fireball range.
Solomon is down and out. Jack will take game 2 once he gets back to his Fireball. And it is very, very unlikely. There you go. That Solomon can come back in this in a very clean set 3 for Jack there.
As again, Solomon, and not just Solomon, RG decks, especially within the last few days of the playoff, not really winning that many. Only when it's RG versus RG, then there will be a win. But unless that actually happened in the matchups, I don't remember
Feels
much
like
of 1v1 wins.
Yeah, it feels like RG is very rapidly fallen off in
It's still
CRL.
very good in ladder grand challenges.
But in CRL, I think it's just too easy to counter. But yeah, you saw that just instantly deleted the E-Wiz. The skeletons come down real late, but Solomon had nothing left to defend that.
Yes, and Solomon also had to deal with those Royal Hogs on the right, which mattered a lot more. That's exactly the reason why he put down Hunter. If he put down Hunter on the left, then maybe he'd take about 600-700, but more than 1,000 on the right. So just give and take.
Would you say spell choice by Solomon there was a little bit iffy, bringing Lightning after seeing Jack play so many Royal Hogs?
I actually do like the Lightning. It's a little heavier. It's a little heavier of a version.
But against Royal Hogs, surely you would want Fireball every time. And with the way that Jack has been playing these Royal Hogs nearly all day long,
I think Solomon also expected some more, not just the Musketeer, but even potential of some lava against some balloons. Yeah. A lot of those single target units like the E-Wiz, Hunter, Musketeer, they all do go down to the Lightning.
But again, like, I just feel like Fireball might have been a safer spell choice just for a little bit more versatility.
Yeah, but right now with the RG, even with Fireball, I don't think it was going to be a matchup for Solomon anyhow with just the RG. Even with the Fireball, that could have been better matchup.
Okay.
But Lightning, you just have to bring for a surprise. I think that's exactly what you look for. Surprise Lightning, get that Musketeer down, load the RG from the back if you can. But Jack really gave no chance for Solomon to load up the RG all the way from the back and load up a second for the Lightning.
Okay, well, here we go. It is going to be Hajime against Higher. And I guarantee at some point we're going to confuse those two names during this because Hajime and Higher,
no way.
They're very close. Okay, just putting this out there. Remember, Hajime is on an absolute tear in these playoffs. Undefeated in the playoffs. He's beaten Light, Blizzard, AUK, and the King of the Hill Not only that, when it gets to these 1v1 sets, he's beaten Icelord 2-0 and he beat AUK yesterday 2-0. Hajime is an absolute animal when it comes to playoffs. Can he maul Higher now and bring Fav Gaming to that 3rd place?
I think he's about to.
Really?
You can trust on this guy.
But I mean, Higher has been very dependent, very dependable when it comes to the 1v1 sets. I mean, after his first loss, which was to Expo Master in a best of 3, he then went on to beat Expo Master 2-0. He beat Sado 2-1. He beat Benzer. He beat Geralt. And the only loss he has had since that first opening loss was to KK yesterday, where he lost 0-2. I mean, losing to KK.
Anyone can lose against KK.
Mind you, I will say this, that last defeat that Higher suffered to KK may be enough to break any normal mortal, because he had the hugest advantage. He was so far ahead, KK couldn't even see the dust from the back of Higher's feet. But KK came back and out of nowhere almost took 2 towers simultaneously.
Lava.
So how is Higher recovered? Will he be able to overcome Hajime? It is going to be Graveyard from Higher with the Dark Prince there. Barbarians come down from Hajime. That's going to deal with this relatively nice, but the Graveyard is getting a lot of work.
Prince got 3 hits in that tower too.
1380. The opening exchange goes towards Higher.
So the Graveyard that we don't see as often with the Bouncer. I believe this is with the Ice Golem.
Yep, seen it a few times. The Mega Minion here is going to help take out the Inferno Dragon, but the Mega Minion actually locks on to the Lava Hound, which is going to allow this Baby Dragon to come through and start pressuring on this tower. The Hunter to try and snipe the archers. The Zap opens up the way for the Baby Dragon, but Higher with that Dart Prince just in time slows that down. Ooh.
Has nothing else other than barbs, and just enough for the Night Witch instead. Better than taking a tower damage, but Hajime's push after this will be significantly weaker without the bats.
It's not looking good for Hajime right now, is it, G-Clef?
Not at all, but you can sort of trust in these barbarians. The problem is not this time because of Dark Prince.
Oh, look at that, the damage on the bottom right. Those skeletons
3
that are spawning there are just getting work done. 7-2-9. Another highly effective Graveyard for Higher.
3 that spawned on the right were critical. Hajime loading depends on how well the Inferno is actually going to work here.
It is going to be distracted first by the Ice Golem, the Dark Prince coming through. Not
the
getting work done.
Tower's down. Hajime just has to go for it, all or nothing, but a defensive poison.
Hajime let it go. That was the right choice. But unfortunately, Higher was just too good on the defense too and shuts that Lava Hound push down. Hajime has barely a chance left here to get this work done. He has 14 seconds and it's still ticking down. I think Higher has to make a huge mistake in order to lose this one now. Miner is in the back. The pubs are sitting in poison. The Baby Dragon is distracted by the archers, and Higher takes a game advantage over Hajime.
If it was any other regular Graveyard with the Knight, or even with some Valkyries, or even with some MK or Cage, it could have been a lot better for Hajime. But this was specially designed basically against these lavas, against these air units. When he has the poison, can also do defensive poison against the pubs. The Ice Golem is going to have that splash death damage. Plus also the snowball against the Inferno was absolutely well made against the Lava Miner deck.
Yeah, Higher definitely bought the right toolbox with him today just to make life hard on Hajime. By no means was it a simple victory, but he had everything he needed to just make life difficult for Hajime. We saw these graveyards get massive efficiency too. And I mean, this one, when it just got let go, you knew Hajime was in trouble as his Lava Hound was already sitting in poison. Those pups are going to do nothing. And nothing could save Hajime at this point. You're down to 30 seconds. You know what doesn't get to a tower in 30 seconds?
Lava Hound.
Exactly. I mean, it gets to the tower, but it won't take a tower down in 30 seconds.
Yeah, usually you put it all the way from the back, so it takes forever to go.
That's like 6 minutes. You only could play one Lava Hound in a game.
How many lavas can you actually play within the 5 minutes?
Enough. If you've been my opponents in some games, like, it just feels like they just constantly throw them out. Okay. Game 1 goes the way of Hire. This is the first time I think we've seen Hajime really lose a game in this playoff period. He has obviously lost before, but Hire kind of took Hajime to school right there and was like, you know, you're a newcomer in the league. I've been here since the dawn of time. You're in my classroom. I'm gonna knock you out. And that's exactly what he did right there.
Hajime is one of those students that was in a lower grade, but because he was so smart, he had to be boosted up to the new class. Like, oh, you just gotta go to the next grade.
Hajime's a 6-year-old at the end of like high school or something.
You take summer school and just get it over with. Come back next semester. And by the end of his high school, he might not have many more classes to take.
All right, here we go. Hajime against Hire. See, you're talking summer school and things like that. That's stuff I don't know. We don't have that in England, you know? What? Summer is for messing around, climbing trees, and falling out of them and getting very hurt. And that's how I ended up here, ladies and
I did that during summer school.
All right.
And I ended up at the same place right next to you.
They have it,
Another
guys.
hog from Hajime.
Oh. Yeah, and it's going to be against...
I think another graveyard with the snowball poison.
Yep. Snowball is going to make life difficult for the Hog Rider. Delivery does come down here.
With delivery. Like the choice.
Yeah, this might be the one with Tesla 2. So this would be... oh no, wait. Not.
EQ would likely bomb tower though. EQ delivery, there are some out there with EQ delivery, but...
We'll see what he has. Balloon is coming in. So Minor Loon on the side of Hire. And this balloon is going to pressure the tower at least. No shots. Archers just enough. And the Hog Rider here. 2 big hammer hits. 1658 there.
Yeah,
Hajime come back with a vengeance.
Yeah, with the snowball, you always have to think about some potential of Hog Rider or Balloon. Which is still pretty quick cycle for Hire.
Yep, interesting few changes here.
Minor Knight, I would say about pretty low, 3.3-ish, 3.4 from Hire, just with Barbaro and Snowball.
So Archers against the Mega Minion. Not much in the way of anti-air from Hajime though, so each time he puts those Archers down, it's a bit of a risk. He just won't have anything to deal with a balloon if Hire decided to counter-attack.
Yeah, so the Archer might just have to be away from the bridge the entire time because Snowball is not enough to kill it. But when that Miner comes to snipe, that will be the problem. There's that snipe from the Miner.
Oh, Snowball, perfect there.
But no other anti-air for Hajime.
This is going to hurt a lot. Is it gonna be tower down? 330.
Basically tower down.
That's murder, she wrote. Hajime looks like he is on his last legs in this. On this Hog Rider is all or nothing, ride or die. And Hire decides that Hajime will die here. Miner finishes off the tower. A perfect Goblin Cage to pull that Hog Rider over means it is done. Higher takes game 2 and made Hajime look like an absolute chump.
And we're going to set 5, ladies and gents. 3rd place is a pretty good place up there. Like, in terms of medals, there's no medal for 4th place. Come on.
If this is supposed to be the, the appetizer, this isn't the main meal.
Like, we're going into the main meal already. I mean, if you ordered some pizza or chicken right now, then you would almost be done with your food. So you have to get something else, some desserts for the finals. Some snacks would be nice too.
All right, so set 5 is on the way, and Higher here absolutely annihilated. And Hajime, this is definitely a deck loss, because only having the archers against a minor loon is a recipe for absolute disaster.
But that is usually... There's usually no other anti-air other than Archer or a Musketeer in these Hog Rider decks.
But a Musketeer would be better than the Archers because it's not as easily sniped down.
I guess because it's usually Snowball instead of Delivery. Snowball would have been a lot better, pushing that balloon away, giving some slow, but still the Archers in this case was sniped by the Snowball plus the Miner, which is just gone in Snowball damage, Miner 2 hits. And the balloon left alone with against the Bomb Tower. Bomb Tower doesn't throw up. Like, that skeleton's not that strong enough.
You know what would have made it better?
Bomber.
I was gonna...
No.
Well, Bomber just starts looping them. Granny throwing the bombs up.
Next month, Bomber gets a rework.
I was gonna say, if Hajime was running Inferno Tower version,
Inferno could have been awesome.
But that deck has kind of been dead in the water for quite a while.
What, the Hog deck with the Delivery EQ?
The Hog Rider deck with Inferno over Bomb Tower. In CRL especially, we only ever see the Bomb Tower variant. We used to see quite a bit of the Inferno Tower.
Yeah, Bomb Tower, because of all those Bridge Spam plus the Royal Hogs, it's just one answer that can basically win you game with the building. That's the reason why Inferno does stand in a bigger HP, one more cost, but better against the EQ. So strength and weakness in there, but slower cycle when you have the Hog with the Inferno. Yes.
They're the same. No? No. All right. Cool. Anyway.
You never play Hog.
I don't play Hog. I don't use Bomb Tower or Inferno Tower.
Oh, you would only know Tombstone stuff because you play Golem.
I don't play Golem anymore, man. I'm a reformed character.
Tombstone's getting a buff. Is that a sign for more lava and Golem?
No.
Just have a shout out right now.
It's not big enough. It's not big enough.
It's not big enough.
Golem needs an absolute rework.
Tombstone's still a Tombstone, unless it gets a naming change or something.
All right, so it is going to be Expo Master against Peas coming up real soon.
Peas? I was about to say it might just be Wanga all day today.
No, I very much doubt that they would risk Wanga. At least Peas has like some pedigree to him. You know, he does come in clutch every now and then.
But Peas, does he ever come in clutch?
Yeah, he does. He does come in clutch.
Yes. And he needs to come in clutch for that 3rd place spot.
I mean, yesterday, you know, yeah, he did. He has got wins on the board. Obviously, he didn't win yesterday. I was thinking about the Kicks match where he 2-0'd Yuya. So in best of 3s, Peas is quite reliable, but Expo Master has been very much on the opposite end of that unreliable. He won the first time against Higher, 2-1 in the first half of the season, which was the only win Fab actually had in that first half of the season. After that, Expo Master went 0-2, 0-2, 0-2, 0-2 in best of 3 1v1s.
Oh, that's a lot of oxygen for Expo Master. But
hey,
someone paid attention during science class. But I mean, Peas, you've got to give him some respect.
Yeah, the man can throw down. He is one of the oldest players in the league right now.
Did not really show up much in this season. In the previous season, special season, there were some games where he just came up clutch. Not just with the Golem decks, some graveyard choice was actually awesome to remember those games. But he's got to show up now. And third place is what you are going for.
It's one of the most accomplished players on the Fav Gaming side.
Especially as a Korean player, one with the most history, I would say.
He won CCGS Korea. He has had a taste of victory with Dragon X. He has been to Worlds.
Yep, he has lots of those global stage experience.
And he will be going again this year. Peas, on the other hand, also has quite a bit of experience on the world stage. I think he played in the team that came second in Worlds last season. So we'll see what happens in this one. These are both very established players in their respective fields. But you would have to say that Peas has had a slightly better run in this playoff period when it comes to these best of threes.
Yep, still feeling Graveyard for Expo Master with the Knight. There's some with Valkyrie Inferno Drag, but more common version is with the Knight. Now, Bowler, what are you thinking on top? Just another Graveyard heavier version from Peas?
Could be the, is it Balloon Freeze that we see as well?
There were some balloons, but not with the archers. It's more with the Lumberjack.
Yeah. So it could just be the age-old Splash Yard on the sides of Peas. Have to see how he can engineer this window. There is the Graveyard from Expo Master. The Bowler is now up front. He's going to take quite a few hits. Valkyrie gets played as well, but the left side of that tower is very vulnerable for Peas and takes a considerable amount of damage. 1840 left on Peas' right-hand tower. So the Graveyard comes down for Peas, but everything up front has kind of been freeze. Oh my goodness, all right, scratch everything I was just saying. This looks like tower might just be in an absolute world of hurt. Peas steals back the advantage. And look at how much elixir he now has left in the bank. He is back up there. That push essentially cost him nothing.
Big defense, I would say. That archer block with the Inferno was big for Peas right at the bridge. As he can do it many more times. Expo Master expected that Inferno to delete that Bowler a lot faster.
And the Inferno now against that. Oh, what a nado into freeze. And the Skeletons at the back get a couple of hits in. 850 remain on that tower.
Yeah, immediate bomb tower from Expo Master. Good reaction there, knowing that freeze can always come down. The freeze Graveyard from Expo Master this time, ready with the poison, but not catching the archers.
Yeah, and it seemed as though that poison came down real late, trying to wait for those archers too. And then when the archers come down, Expo Master just places it wherever he felt like anyway. It's not going right. A couple of hits here from the Skeletons into the tower. Freeze again. Barb Barrel completely just parts the waves here. And a couple more hits. 219 remain. But for the one shining light for Expo Master here is that Peas just doesn't have big direct damage spells that would cause the end of this game.
3 more hits from the Skeleton plus freeze. Tornado will actually do it for Peas. Expo Master going for a miracle. There are the archers on poison right on top of them, but the Valkyrie is there to take care of the Knight and the Skeletons. Final Graveyard to finish the game for Peas.
There's the freeze, a couple of skeleton hits, and that is that. Peas takes game 1. Wow, wow, wow. It is all gone downhill for Expo Master. Can he turn it around? He is currently neck deep in water in form right now. Like, it is so bad. He He needs to turn it around, and this is the last chance to do it before we get to Worlds. And if we go to Worlds and Expo Master is playing like this, it's not going to be good for Fav Gaming.
Not at all. Wonder what exactly the format is going to be, but it is going to be a very similar format like this that we have from East and also the West.
So P's just picked apart, and these freezes were
real nice. No activation, just the archers.
Knowing that they were the biggest threat to his graveyard, just the freeze was amazing. Where has this P's been all my life? Next match graveyard. Next match golem.
In China. Yeah, they're waiting for the poison, but the Valkyrie is already away from the poison zone.
And I mean here the freeze, it doesn't even matter that it activates the tower. Expo Master knows that it is over. But
GG. And Fab, last chance. Timeout.
yeah, I mean, what would you do as the coach that you haven't already tried to do for Expo Master?
Wi-Fi fist bump. That's one.
Didn't work yesterday.
Didn't work yesterday, so try it twice.
Double fist bump this time round. Man, it is rough to see Expo Master like this, because the first half of this year he was on absolute fire when he first moved to Fav.
Why is he not playing Expo? Like, it's still pretty good.
When does he ever
Like,
play
we've seen,
Expo?
and I've done a lot of research for the finals today, and a lot of players that are playing today actually practiced a bunch of Expo.
It's just
Still not as much as like the graveyard that we're seeing all the time, but still Expo, there is always a chance of coming out.
yeah, but Expo Master, when was the last time we saw Expo Master actually play Expo? Has he played it this season?
Not this season. We've seen Hajime, Jack, Line, a couple other players actually trying Expo decks.
Yeah. I mean, I can't recall the last time we saw Expo Master actually play Expo. I think he's given up on that and just decided to keep his name as Expo Master because it is so historic.
Have
in
his
this
chances, both
competition.
teams, they will have some chances to play in Worlds, likely. It's the final game, you gotta just go with the best.
Yeah.
There's no ban, so you just have to go with the best and you think it's good.
I mean, I don't know if...
And Peace brings Golden.
I was going to say, Peas brings Golem just for old time's sake here. I mean, that game, Peas manhandled Expo Master. And I really do feel like he could do it again. I really do feel that way, but it is going to be game 2, set 5, 1v1. If you're just joining us, a quick recap. WEDGM took the 2v2. Fav took the King of the Hill. Then proceeded to have Jack 2-0 Solomon. Then hire 2-0'd Hajime in retaliation. And now we're here. The last set. And possibly the last game of this match. Solomon took game 1. Can he do the same? And sorry, Peas. Can Peas took game 1. Can he do it and take game 2?
Baby Dragon. That's in Golem decks. And a Motor Cycle from Expo Master.
It's going to be Graveyard Fan. It's going to be the
drag.
No, it can't be.
Heal Spirit!
It actually might be. Okay, so Expo Master is playing this motorcycle that kind of has fallen out of favor. This was absolutely everywhere.
I think this is Elixir Collector Golem deck from Peace.
Well, if you're going to bring Golem to the CRL East stage.
And that's why he was not happy to see the Motor. His Elixir Collector position will be very limited. Oh, with the Battle Wheeler, never mind. We go with the other Golem then.
It might not even be Golem, G-Clef. Don't get yourself all worked up for something that might not be there.
No, E-Golem. It basically has to be.
Though I will say we did was it KK in the special season who played this deck with a real golem and won with it? Just saying.
I mean, he can win with spell deck.
KK.
Give him any deck.
All spirits plus minor. You probably still win that, actually. I don't know what I'm talking about. Okay. Dragon against the mortar. Once that mortar disappears, will we start to see the beginning of a push?
Yeah.
Go. Battle Healer played at the back, and remember, now that it has that hover mechanic, it will just phase through those buildings. And Expo Master, seeing the push come in, decides to go left. The cannon cart connects. The Musketeer is on the Baby Dragon, and this is a significant portion of damage. So much so that Peas has not had chance to drop his last card, which is most likely a Golem / E-Golem. Excellent exploitation of that window there by Expo Master.
Giving no chance, no good timing for Peace to actually load up that Elixir Golem, left or right. Consistent attacks coming up from Expo Master. Great position of those mortars all the time. Double that Musketeer.
Here we go. Don't forget, the final spell usually in this deck is something like a Fireball. So we'll see what he brings here. It is the Fireball. One skeleton did remain. That got a slight hit. 557. Is it time to drop the rock?
Yeah, no Battle Healer yet, though, to combine.
He's just struggling to get all the stars aligned to play this deck properly. The Electro Dragon again doesn't even deny the damage.
Oh, a 208!
It's down already! It's split already! What on earth?
Into the small pump. And the Battle Healer didn't even go with it. Expo Master looking for one more damage along with the Fireball, down to 36. As he will win game number 2. He's never really was able to put together the Exodia that he needed. Only getting the arms. Didn't really even get the head part.
Yep, just absolute disaster there for Peas. And Expo Master takes game 2. Is that gonna be the kick that Expo Master needed? Whatever was said during that coaching break finally got through to Expo Master, and he gets the win. And shut down Peas. It wasn't even a close win. Expo Master essentially shut down everything that Peas was trying to do. He was pressuring Peas to just never, ever play that E-Golem, and that secured victory for him.
Yeah, with the mortar, had the placements going left and right, making it very hard for the Barbarian not to actually position. And even the Barbs, they only got a good split once in this game to get that lock from the mortar. Had to use the Elixir Golem there to soak in the skeleton damage. The Fireball, the first blob actually disappeared at the moment. Battle Healer connected with the Barbarian there, and the Cannon Carts never really got to heal any other.
That was the saddest Elixir Golem I think I've ever seen.
That was the weakest Elixir Golem play that we have seen at all time.
Man, do you remember when we were scared of Elixir Golem? And then, like, Expo Master does that, it's like, wow.
Are we ever scared of Elixir Golem?
I mean, there was that time where it was absolutely everywhere and it destroyed absolutely everyone. I'm pretty sure at that point, you could give that deck to someone who's like 3,100 trophies and they would be beating KK with it. Back at the beginning.
No. KK because KK would also be playing Elixir Golem deck back in the days.
But Expo Master shut that down so hard. Would that have affected Peas coming into game 3?
No, I think he made the wrong choice of going Eagle. Okay, I want to play a Golem, but it's got to be somewhat of a different Golem. Not exactly, but he had the right pair. I was seeing these Exodia pieces for the real Golem deck with the Elixir Collector. He did try it once during the season, which
did.
failed miserably. I believe it was against an earthquake.
That's why
It was-
you won't bring it. Like, why would you say, like, oh, you know, he's going to bring this, that, the other?
Please, let us see it.
Which one was the one with the... Oh, there it is. Yeah, Golem,
Remember that?
Pump, E-Drag, Dart, Prince, Skeledrag, Heal, and Tornado.
It
He
had the
actually brought that up against Hajime. So it was against Hajime when he did lose with that deck.
I believe it was against either EQ or Graveyard. Either one, it's
You know what?
a terrible
I'll
choice.
find that out for you, just so we're not talking about this all day.
Okay.
Where
Go
is
ahead, Mr. Analog Paperman.
it? I believe it's this deck.
Does take some
Against
time.
these- it was
CPU
Bob
is
Hug
pretty
Graveyard.
slow. Okay.
It was Barb Hug Graveyard.
Yeah, but when it comes down to the one final game to decide the winner, there's that Wi-Fi fist bump to get the hype up for Expo Master.
You know what the power is? You know what's causing Expo to lose? He no longer dabs. Calling it.
But you see dabs after a win.
But those dabs, you know, they were the secret. They were the key that unlocks Expo Master.
But he had that as a ceremony after a victory, not after a loss.
But it was after one game victory, he would just dab and then be like, all right, let's go. He doesn't dab anymore.
Is that the secret?
It is.
Simon's all about the pattern this season.
Every season I'm about the pattern. Okay, it is Peas versus Expo Master. The final game in the final set.
Expo would be the player. I mean, Expo Master would be the player to run that double barrel.
It could just be the mortar deck again, though.
Yeah, Motor Skeleton Barrel is another cycle, another pretty good cycle. But whatever bait it is.
There you go, it is mortar. So, Expo Master bringing the same deck as Game 2. Game 3 is it going to be different for him? Is he going to be able to... I mean, is it going to be different for Peas? Is he going to be able to overcome this deck, or will Expo Master once again remain victorious with this deck?
Golem, here we go!
All
have
right. Expo Master goes straight left. Skeleton Barrel goes down.
Doesn't have Bar
Heal
Barrel,
Spirit
so it has to
does
be
clear
Heal
it.
Spirit. And here we go, it's slowly coming down. The teammates are all feeling exactly the same as we are.
Everyone kind of shifts up
How
forward in their
effective
seats.
is this going to be? And it's with the lightning.
It is with the lightning. There it is. The Night Witch is going to take out the Knight here. The bats are going to start helping out a lot. This might actually just get a death knell here. The Royal Recruit. Okay, decent damage.
Feel good.
Decent damage this time around.
About 1,000 damage straight
But
in.
Peas has to deal with that. Musketeer does take an extra shot. Kind of didn't need that, didn't want it, but the Prince gets the charge as well.
Ooh, Expo Master. Let's see if that trade actually works out at the end.
Yeah, this looks like the cannon card version that we saw LCL play, but with the tree.
But because Peas is able to have the bar barrel against those skeletons, can actually be okay.
Mortar played in a position where it is going to attract the attention of the Mortar. Night Witch played off on the side, which will allow her to avoid most of the Mortar damage coming in.
5. For that, Baby Dragon again. Spirit, not perfect, but still keeps it okay with the Fisherman help.
Yep, but no damage into the tower from the Golem this time around. The Night Witch is deleted
Yeah,
early,
but what matters more is what comes right after the Golem. Dark Prince this time being locked by that Knight, but
the
with
tower's
the Baby
down!
Dragon!
Peas gets it done, showing the world that Golem is not dead.
And WDGM finishing third with the Golem deck. It's history.
It wouldn't be WEDGM Peas without a Golem deck.
Oh, we have it, guys, Peas. Sealing off the season with a traditional Golem deck.
I mean, you love to see it. Golem closing out the 3rd and 4th place match, and that will probably be the last time we see Golem this season. WEDGM are your 3rd place finalists. They are guaranteed who already go to Worlds, as are Fav. But WEDGM do win this match, come third, and the grand final will soon be upon us.
And the MVP.
Peace.
You think so?
No.
It has to be Solomon or higher though, because they played 1v1 and I'm saying higher because they higher won 1v1 and 2v2. That was a big match though. With the Golem deck that you can only see from this player from WEDGM in any meta, any time of the year.
We just don't see the rock anymore, do we? And only Peas brings it out. The delivery there made it look real bad, but you were right. It's what follows the Golem that is the issue. And with the Dark Prince and the Baby Dragon, the Lightning coming out, I mean, Expo Master just looked toothless, and it's gonna be higher. 4 wins, 1 loss on the day. Right, don't go anywhere. Their grand finals is coming up. It's gonna be Nova Esports versus Ponos. If you turn off now, I have no idea what to say to you because this is the matchup that's gonna make the night. We'll see you soon.
Soon.
Hello， 现场及屏幕前正在守候直播的挑战者们，欢迎大家来到2020皇室战争职业联赛东方赛区秋季赛总决赛。我是主持人贝佳。
Somewhat of an opening ceremony for the grand finals.
All around the world, welcome to 2020 Clash Royale League East Fall Season Finals. I am your host Lucia. 很高兴今晚能在这里一起和大家见证东方赛区秋季赛总冠军的诞生。Tonight, we are very excited to be here to witness the rise of the new champion. 星耀东方再战金秋，历经2个半月来的赛季征程，东方8强不断为大家带来精彩绝伦的比赛，新人选手艳惊四座，老牌豪强来势汹汹。This fall, we've seen dazzling collection in CRL East Arena. In the past few months, both rookies and the battle-forged veterans have put on the classic show and spectacular games. 踏足竞技场的挑战者们都怀着对胜利的渴望。今晚2支脱颖而出的最强战队将向总冠军发起冲击。Tonight, our warriors are more than prepared to fight for the championship title with all they've got. 他们是 CIL 历史上一个丰碑，更是东方赛区的招牌王者。They hit dazzling highs in CRL history. They have one of the strongest lineup in CRL East. 常规赛短暂低迷，无法阻止他们前进的脚步。迅速调整好状态的他们，以强悍的实力一步步迈向季后赛，更是在季后赛上力克对手，一举拿下总决赛门票。They have some bumps in the road this season, but timely second wins secure them the second place in regular and the spot in playoffs. Now, having defeated their opponents in semifinals, they're ready to go one step further. 他们是 They are Nova Esports. 来到2020皇室战争职业联赛东方赛区。
Introducing Nova Esports.
1下2下3下，2个火球转场吗？2个火球漂亮！这个休赛期啊，应该是宣告了王者归来。恭喜 nova！
点来不及了，
太急了呀，单王！但是这个小骷髅还摸了一下，没有机会了。恭喜到这个 Expo Master，
实在是没想到，这里没了呀，这500血完全翻不掉了。Nova 最大的问题就是防，其实他们的进攻能力是非常强，
现在是很绝望。
现在节奏完全不在 Nova 手里了，是有点难打的。
是的，就没东西防。这破塔了，朋友！
来得及吗？恭喜 nova！
现在是真的非常的靠连招，思路很清楚。
雪球一砸，恭喜到
AU 也要恭喜 nova，
能可以将我，这打得太好！哇，力量哥要翻盘了！
恭喜一下力量哥，恭喜 nova！
来了！哇，这右边一下子就打回来了，这场面是无限往 nova 这边靠。
2比0拿下。
这一波直接爆炸，而且是火球，这波无解。哇，这里恭喜 nova 直接进入了明天的决赛，
成就他们的6冠伟业。恭喜 nova！
在星光璀璨的秋季赛舞台，依然没有哪个俱乐部可以掩盖他们的光芒。No other team shown them this regular season. 作为狂揽常规赛全部奖项的绝对霸主，我们有理由相信，他们的下一个目标就是夺回曾经的王座。With absolutely dominating performances, they've taken home every single regular season award. Undoubtedly, they're the brightest stars across this fall. And now, they are coming for the fall season championship title. 让我们欢迎来自日本的王者之师 Ponos。
欢迎来到2020皇室战争职业联赛。
Introducing Ponos。
取り込んでなんとか抜くがこのトリトンが速さし釣れないライトニングなるほどいやスタジオタワーが決めきった
巅峰对决一触即发，谁将问鼎东方赛区秋季赛总冠军？比赛马上开始。We're moments away from some explosive action here. Who's gonna be left standing when the dust settles? I can't wait to find out.
All right, so here we go. The grand finals are here, and after watching that, Ponos dominated absolutely everyone and everything this season. Can they do it one more time against Nova?
Everything against everyone. That basically captures the entire season for Ponos so far. But the most important match is this right now. And the key players, certainly Elsiot, Mugi. No one would argue. Elsiot did have some downfall during the season, but Mugi was consistent. Of course, see the highlights on the left, but Mugi played a lot more in terms of game numbers and set counts.
Yes, he did indeed. In the 2v2 pairings, you see AUK and LC up 13 and 4. Then you look at Rad and Reiki, 18 and 8. So in terms of sheer volume, Ponos' pairings and Ponos' top players have just done more than Nova's, but that could have the opposite effect. Can Nova bring forward their best pairings this time round and prove that it doesn't matter how many games you have played this season, the skill is the determining factor, and Nova has that in absolute abundance.
And with what? I think we're about to see some crazy ban card. Like, the usual would be the freeze, maybe giant skeleton. Maybe they will just go all out and just ban straight up ban balloon, or like a graveyard. Cut out the win condition, get what you practiced.
It's gonna be double NATO.
You think so? No.
All right, so Nova.
I'm expecting Tornado to be actually open today for 2v2.
All right, so Nova take to the stage. AUK, LC up, Brain, D-King, Little Chen, and CRS is probably at home waiting for his turn too.
Yep.
Every single one of these players are absolutely chomping at the bit to get their teeth into this one, and we see Ponos, Rad, and Reiki, as always, one of the most fearsome 2v2 teams we have in this league. You look at the list of people who have beat them. They have only lost twice in 2v2, once to Lion and One Crown. Do you know who they lost to the second time? AUK and LCO.
Yes, I was about to answer, but you answered for yourself.
The last time Ponos lost was to Nova, and that was right at the end of the regular season, and they lost 0-2. Can Nova repeat that, or will Ponos show just how dominant and strong they are over the season? AUK and LCO together have a quite... let me start that again. AUK and LCO have a lot of wins together. They need to do it one more time. Yesterday they did beat Jack and Katassian 2-1, as they did beat Fub Gaming 3-2. But Ponos yesterday were relatively unchallenged as they went 3-0, and it is going to be the Balloon Nado ban.
Yes, but with the giant skeleton allowed in this match, feeling heavily for that graveyard and RG because that balloon is gone basically. Maybe without Tornado, we've seen the double bait being how ineffective in the previous match that we just have. So guessing a lot of giant skeleton RG, that's basically a common match, maybe just for the first match, game one. And then switching into some more Mega Knight, we've seen some P.E.K.K.A.s to chunk those big bodies down like the giant skeleton. And that might just happen a lot more towards Nova. For Ponos, don't exactly know because they do a lot of different stuff.
Lava Hound is still on the cards.
Double lava?
Maybe single with the balloon ban. We won't chances are we're not going to see Ram Rider because of the Loom ban. Usually we see Ram Rider as a response to that.
Yes.
So with the Loom ban, Ram Rider might be off the cards, but seriously, at this point of the season, don't rule anything out, as these 4 players know a considerable amount about 2v2. And with these bans, they faced this already this season. They know what decks they are going to prepare.
And even with the balloon ban, Nova Esports, they were trying the same Mega Knight Ram Rider deck back and forth again and again yesterday. With a different ban though, will they still try the same? It seemed like it was working okay.
It did, and we're going into game 1 of the grand finals of CRL East. It is going to be AUK and LCUP in blue, and Ponos is red and Reiki in red. Let's get into this one.
I like the UI for the grand finals. Looks a lot better.
Makes you question why we haven't had this all season.
Exactly. So no Fisherman to pull Giant Skeleton yet. Sure, Nova has 1 in their hand.
Fisherman isn't going to get played.
Hog
Hog
Rider.
Rider from the side of Ponos.
And Cage to pull it.
Yeah, did get kind of stuck behind the Giant Skeleton, but no harm, no foul. And now Nova load up with their own RG Giant Skeleton push.
Yeah, the big part is that Musketeer is still alive. Defensive freeze early on, knowing that the strength of RG plus the Musketeer can be there.
Yeah, but the Inferno Tower is down, and that
Still
RG is
strong.
super healthy right now. Oh, the damage is just piling up. Reiki and Rad's Tower is down to 756.
But for this second Hog, no further cage, no other cage building to actually pull it. And a straight up log to miss the Hog.
You don't see that every day, ladies and gents.
Especially not from Nova.
Oh, indeed.
Nerves are getting on them in the grand final match. But still, they did a lot more from the RG, so that's no biggie. But the big problem will be that Ponos having that freeze. I think that's going to be a big tool when it comes down to those Hog Rider ceiling, when they don't have the cage to response.
The one issue is, if this does go down to a 2-tower game, the advantage is very much on the side of Nova. Because the RG, yes, he's got stuck between the 2 Giant Skeletons. We do see that as one of the issues. One of the issues of playing something like a Hog Rider and a Ram Rider in 2v2 is you can get trapped between those giant bodies. And that tower is not long for this world.
Yep,
Ponos taking significant damage.
Lock Fireball. And Nova wants to put in maximum spell damage there to finish off the tower. Basically, there's that freeze, allowing 1 hit. Second hit. The Lumberjack comes to save the day.
So Lumberjack is denied here by the Hunter and the Giant Skeleton, but that Giant Skeleton just runs into Nova's Giant Skeleton.
Raged up, Will Spirit jumps into the skeletons easily. Good defense again. Pushed away with the log, just takes log damage from Ponos. And I think we are about to see a close ending here. There's that freeze early on.
Lightning finishes it up. Fireball to get rid of the Hog Rider, and Nova Esports draw first blood in the 2v2 as AUK and LCUP take game 1.
Very decisive factor, the early RG. And with that Inferno, we thought it was going to be not that hard to actually get that RG down after Giant Skeleton was pulled by the Fisherman. But because that Musketeer behind it survived, the tower was down pretty quickly, allowed the healthy RG to be on the tower.
An untouched RG clip. That RG got to the tower, got in range of the tower without taking any damage at all. And you look at that, LCUP even had his own RG in reserve that he never had to tap into. His sole job was just to stall while AUK dealt the damage into the tower. And I mean, it worked flawlessly, executed to perfection by AUK and LCUP. But bringing Hog Rider to a 2v2 match is just really strange for me to see. as I don't think we've seen it at all this season.
Hog Rider, not much, but there were a few. Not when there's giant skeleton allowed, because it basically clogs up the bridge so much that sometimes Hog Rider doesn't really get a chance to go any further.
That was very much a desperation freeze because they knew they had to start laying in the damage because they knew Nova had so much potential with the fireball, with the lightning, the log. So they had to go all in, and unfortunately, Ponos just could not really break through with the Hog Rider and get the damage into the towers that they needed to get done time and time again.
Snowball not pushing the musketeer there. So in terms of spell usage, both 2v2 pairs actually having some big mistakes here. Still was not able to pressure on it as there was some great freeze coming down from Ponos.
So is game 2 going to go differently here? Ponos looked a little shaky out the gates here, whereas Nova look as cool as can be. Remember, this is the 6th time Nova Esports have been to the finals of a competition. They have been here time and time again. Their reign at the top of Clash Royale has been a long, long history. You could write a super long novel about how dominant they have been. And Ponos, though, they also have been in the top for so long. They have one championship win a year every year since the beginning of CRL. Usually it was the spring. Maybe this time round they abandoned the spring season to win it in the fall. They have been that dominant, but they really do need to come back and get the blood before the ball starts rolling in Nova Esports' favor, because I think once that momentum is behind Nova, it is going to take an absolute miracle or an interdimensional being to stop that momentum from just snowballing and causing Nova to win this 3-0 and give us a massive upset if that happens.
Yes, for Ponos they were the spring champions of
2018.
2 years in a row.
2019.
CRL Asia. Not too long ago, but not winning spring this time in the special season. And now they're basically combined with Ponos. Oh, from game win, I mean. And Ponos, it started with their 2v2 win in the grand finals when they had those trophies. And they need to get it down against AUK and LCUP right now.
So here we go. AUK and LCUP are the ones in blue at the bottom. Reiki and Rad are in red at the top. And we start with the old Spear Goblins from Nova as they get one in, and it's looking like double barrel from Nova.
Double bait, good heal spirit there to keep the Hunter alive. Perfect response from Ponos. As they usually do not spill too many.
Fireball just pushes away that Musketeer, deals a lot of damage, but it will survive with the Giant Skeleton tanking up front.
Again, the Hog Rider.
Again for Ponos, and it is against a mortar. The EQ comes down, but the Hunter is going to deal with that Hog Rider, but that Giant Skeleton is a little bit close.
Not too close. Just away from the tower.
Do you think it would have been worth if they had a log to throw it down there to push that knight back?
Maybe. That's considerable.
All right, so Skeleton Barrel coming in on the left. Cannon Cart still very healthy. The Giant Skeleton is going to go down right at that bridge. So nothing can be used there to defend, but the Royal Delivery actually comes in just after the bomb explodes. It still has its shield. Snowball will make sure that that disappears, though.
Yeah, delivery just in time. As Nova, not exactly with the Goblin Barrels, this is a mortar bait that we don't really see in too many 2v2s at all.
Yeah, that's why I was thinking, like, at the beginning it was looking like double barrel, because that's usually what we see, the Skeleton Barrel and the Goblin Barrel in 2v2. We very rarely see mortar in this matchup, and that Giant Skeleton just completely ignored by the Knight, who decides to go on a little bit of an adventure.
Second pull with the mortar on the right. The Hog Rider actually makes a big jump. Nurse Cake and the poison to get that Musketeer down.
also just to get more damage into the tower. I think Ponos have realized, oh, that is not good.
Motor.
Knowing that the poison has already come down from Ponos, they decide to drop in a graveyard here. A nice switch up by Nova that does pay a little bit of dividends. Not the biggest of impacts, but some impact it has had. Hog Rider breaks 3 and is going for that mortar in the center. It is going to go down though.
Not as bad as you thought that was going to happen. Here comes the graveyard again with the push. Now with the skeletons, actually doing a great job. Musketeer all the way on the back. There's some work. Gets it to minimum less than a few hundred.
There is a push building here with this giant skeleton fireball. Try to get rid of that musketeer, which it does do. Fisherman pulling things around. Double Hog Rider now for Ponos. Are they going to get to the tower? And that is a good freeze. That's a big heal too.
Law comes down, but double the hog on the tower, double the damage, and 157.
And Poison will finish that out. Absolutely insane. Double Hog Rider gives Ponos the win here in game 2. Double Hog Rider, 2v2 gets the win.
The big difference this part, and the heal spirit, we don't even see it come down too many times, but when it comes down from Rad and Reiki, always goes in. Perfect timing healing the win conditions.
Yeah, I do question the mortar cannon card graveyard here.
When the giant skeleton is banned, I would like it a lot more.
Exactly, but without the giant skeleton ban, it just doesn't seem to have the same effectiveness that you would expect to see out of a deck. This is where the push kind of comes in. Fireball took out the musketeer. That was a big expenditure. And then double Hog Rider. What does Nova have here?
The mortar and log, but the heal spirit is good right there.
The musketeer is on the healthy Hog Rider side. If she was on the other side, they might have taken a little less damage because the weaker Hog Rider was to the left, while the stronger one was to the right. So, couple of small decisions there going against Nova, but that was by no means a stomping. And we are on level footing going into game 3 of this 2v2 set. AUK and LCUP took game 1. Rad and Reiki took game 2. And game 3 will soon be upon us.
Real high quality 2v2, even after losing game 1 heavily. It was due to their starting hands and what they already threw down in the arena, which let that RG do a ton more. And then Ponos thought, okay, we practiced a week and more for this 2v2. We are ready for the grand final with the Hog Rider, double Hog Rider for 2v2. Let's use it once again. I think we're good. Actually, Ponos pulled a timeout.
Ponos called a timeout?
Yes, before game 2.
Oh, okay.
So that already happened. And with the coach, I think Nova also called for a timeout, potentially.
Well, this is important. This is absolutely huge because getting the win in 2v2, the stat earlier in the year was, what, 86% chance of winning the whole thing if you win the 2v2. Obviously, that doesn't apply as much to the playoffs, but it's still a super important set. It gets your day rolling, and Ponos and Nova yesterday had very different routes to get to this final. Nova were taken all the way by Fav. It ended 3-2 to them. Ponos were barely even tested by WEDGM. KK was on absolute fire. Rad and Reiki just dominated the 2v2. Will that come into effect? Less players on Ponos have played this playoffs.
Might matter more when we get down to 1v1s, but not as much for 2v2 as we're about to get the result from the set with this game, number 3.
AUK, LC up at the bottom in blue. Reiki and Rad for Ponos in red at the top. Remember, the bans are Balloon and Tornado. If you see one of those, it is game over. Wouldn't expect them to make that mistake here in the grand finals.
Today cannot be the day, or it will haunt you down forever until you go down in the graveyard. Giant Skeleton is what you expect without the band. Fisherman Cold Skeletons were already used, so no other distractions.
Fisherman and Ewiz on both sides.
Log to push it away so the Ewiz can actually survive.
The slow interactions here go in the way of Ponos.
Kind of funny, Ewiz, Giant Skeleton, Fisherman, they all just doing what they do of the best.
And I mean, Ponos have an absolutely massive advantage of about 130. So the opening exchanges not really causing too much of a difference, but the EQ will eventually start stacking up. So wait to see if Ponos make the best use of that. RG coming down here from Nova. It worked well in game one, but that is an RG going right into a Hunter. However, the Hunter goes down to a Lightning, and
Second
that RG
shot
gets a lot of damage.
Second shot does come through from that RG. That's Giant Skeleton actually delaying the Hog Rider from pushing it through. I think it wouldn't have done any damage regardless. Still, Ponos, they would have to be careful.
Yeah, they've taken a lot of damage. Nova now have a significant lead. Nearly 1,000 hit points separate Nova and Ponos as we go into double elixir. 1 minute left. Giant Skeletons against Giant Skeletons. There's the graveyard. What do Ponos have to defend this? Musketeer is played at the back. A couple of Skeletons getting a hit. Fireball to take out the Musketeer as the Hunter is trying to do what it can. Log has to come in, but 2 more spawn. Okay, 985 on that tower. Hog Rider is shut down by that Goblin Cage. Freeze comes down. Is it going to get much work? Log comes in. 1-2. 2 hits, 1365. The gap has closed, but there is still a gap in the favor of Nova Esports.
And they're pushing through with another RG now. Ewiz trying to delay it from reaching the tower at all. There's that Lightning, the leading Hunter and the Ewiz together. That's big. Healing up, getting 1 shot to the tower. That's good enough, putting it in that spell range with the cycle for Nova.
So Giant Skeleton loaded up front. They cannot afford to take any more damage. This Hog needs to get to the tower, but it is stuck between 2. But it's no longer. The path opened up. Poison comes down, but the Hog doesn't get to the tower, and everything has evaporated on the side of Ponos. And this is looking like a Nova win at this point. Game 3 is very much on the edge. There's the Lightning, there's the Fireball, and Nova Esports draw first blood in this final.
1-0 set score. Nova in a massive lead already with that 2-0. Ponos, Rad and Rocky Jones, they've only lost 2 sets. 2 sets this entire season.
And they have lost.
And they just lost 1 more.
To the same people who beat them the last time round, which was a UK and LC up of Nova. And that match went 2-0 to Nova Esports. Will Nova dethrone Ponos? Regular season throne is definitely Ponos' to have. They absolutely wrecked. But can Nova take the final crown?
The cage position and the timing was actually because Nova also knew that the Hog will be delayed by those Giant Skeletons. The cage timing was actually weighted. It wasn't predicted for the Earthquake. When they, and if they only need those cage.
Oh, that Lightning was so perfectly timed as soon as that cage came down.
US Hunter, perfect targets.
I mean, we talk about this time and time again, G-Clef. Using Giant Skeleton with Hog Rider and Ram Rider is such a risky play. Same as Mega Knight, because your Hog Rider or your Ram Rider will get trapped between 2 Giant Skeletons or will get trapped between 2 Mega Knights. We see it time and time again, and it actively worked against Ponos here.
And again, AUK and LC up, this time with some more energy. It is the grand finals.
Yeah, it is the grand finals after all. I mean, last time round we saw them, they were not exactly energetic. They were just like, yeah, okay, we're winning this.
You got Fireball, right? Okay.
Yeah, okay.
Lightning, boom. Good job.
All right. King of the Hill comes up. Now, if you're Nova's manager, you have a lot of headaches.
Because your roster is too good.
I mean, you got Elsie up, you got Little Chen, who seems to have come back into things. You've got Rain, who has been kind of a stalwart on the team. You got AUK, you've got D-King, and you have CRS, who CRS is on absolute fire. How do you choose 3 of those to carry you through the grand final?
I think the best 3 for King of the Hill, and knowing that a lot of those chances, Elsiab and Little Chen plus maybe AUK or D-King is going to be in that 1v1 slot.
You would? Yeah, okay.
CRS.
CRS, AUK, Elsiab?
Yes.
That seems to be the most potent of things, but we saw yesterday AUK was playing not to the standard we expect from him. It is going to be Rain, formerly known as B-King.
B-King.
Rain is 3-5 in King of the Hill.
KK's here, no! Get ready for destruction!
However, throwing out Rain first makes me feel like he has been practicing something to snipe KK.
Really? You feel it already?
Because Rain hasn't played much of a part in the playoffs at all. The last time we saw him was against WEDGM, where he lost to Wonga. I feel like Rain has been practicing to go against someone like KK. It is a risky call. He hasn't played since...
It's also risky because KK played in 2nd slot yesterday, not the 1st.
Yeah. So we'd have to see. Don't forget, if KK goes down, there is still Mugi on this team. There's still Yakitori.
There's still
Reiki, Red. I mean, they just have so many. Ponos has a much smaller, solid 1v1 player base than Nova.
And also Tenga, but never played 1v1 this season.
No, he hasn't. He's barely played it at all. He did play with Yakitori in 2v2, but we don't see much of him. He has been one of those players, though, that comes out clutch in Ponos' time of need in the past. Will he feature today? It is going to be Rain against KK now, as we get into game 1 of this King of the Hill. Nova drew first blood in the 2v2 in a 2-1 match between AUK, Elsiop, and Rad and Reiki. Now, Rain versus KK. KK has been absolutely phenomenal all season, 13-7 in the King of the Hill. He has swept Fav Gaming. He has swept Team Timing. Against Nova, he did end up losing to CRS in his first match, but this playoffs, he did get 2-0 and close out the King of the Hill against WEDGM just yesterday.
And we'll see what these players have brought in the field. And Poison just feeling a lot more towards the graveyard with Fisherman Hunter combination, which is very, actually less of a common version. Maybe even with a Mega Knight. And for Rain, of course, feeling Royal Hogs. With a Musketeer is also a pretty uncommon combination here with Delivery EQ.
Especially lately, as Musketeer has very much fallen out of favor, and we see a lot of decks recently been changing Musketeer out for the Mega Minion.
Yeah, or Hunter.
Or a Hunter. So we'll see how that works out for Rain. Ewiz is there as well. Could be
feeling 4.1 heavier graveyard for KK.
We'll see.
What were you about to say, Simon?
I was thinking possibly Royal Ghost on the side of, Royal Giant on the side of KK, but
yeah, Mega Knight with the graveyard now.
Mega Knight graveyard, and that is the go sign. Rain sees his window.
Perfect
Royal
timing.
Hogs down the left, and there is nothing there to defend.
Yeah, but KK wants to have a big go sign with the graveyard now on the right. Will this be better than the damage with the Royal Hogs?
See, Poison is there as well. There is a Musketeer in the back, helping to just chomp through everything. The cage and all the distractions. KK did not get what he needed from that graveyard push.
It's very heavy. 4.1 cycle is pretty big. You have to get that Mega Knight to be healthy when it's crossing the bridge. But Rain's got a lot of tools. The delivery, Fisherman to pull that Mega Knight, the cage, the Musketeer, which was not on the Poison just now. KK making a big switch, saying, okay, I just have to go with a crazy big play.
Yeah, Fisherman gonna pull the Brawler in, and the Brawler is gonna make mincemeat out of that Fisherman. We're not gonna see a Graveyard come down this time from KK. He's gonna slowly build this one up.
Way too many tools from Rain to go against that Mega Knight. Not the best matchup for KK for sure. Rain's making this look a little too easy so far. Putting out Earthquakes every single time, over 200 damage.
But we saw yesterday in a very similar situation, WED GMs, I think it was Higher, who ended up absolutely controlling the game for 99% of it. KK did come back in that one. Can he do it again here? He is definitely behind. He is definitely being outshone here by Rain. And again, the Mega Knight just does nothing for KK here.
As KK had the Mega Knight against the Royal Hogs, but it was never the timing. Rain always waiting for the first drop of that Mega Knight before the Royal Hogs. And activated some King Tower with that drag.
Yeah, which is going to make these graveyards even harder to get the damage done. I mean, Rain just has to wait out 35 seconds, and I mean, the EQ comes in, another Spear Goblin gets a hit, and it looks as though Rain is gonna make a huge statement here today.
They're ready against those Royal Hogs. Loads up Hunter on the left. Musketeers there, a lot of defensive tools. The Poison comes down for the Spear Goblins, but still 2,000 to go with a single graveyard with nothing else taking the damage from the Bris's Tower.
And I think that even the Heal Spirit jumping in on the action for Rain, and Rain with the biggest snipe we have seen so far as he takes down KK. Wow, wow, wow. A player that we haven't seen for so long comes out and beats KK.
I'm honestly surprised of KK's, not just Rain. Rain's version is actually more of a common, but just with a Musketeer. KK's decision to bring Mega Knight Graveyard, which we have seen very few times in the playoff. Not that many. It was actually used a lot more towards the west, not much in the east.
Yeah, Royal Hogs once again grabbing a scalp here. Rain with the unexpected victory. You can see as soon as the Mega Knight was played on the right, that was Rain's go sign. Okay, Royal Hogs on the left. KK tried to make this graveyard work, but it just could not get it done. The delivery, the Musketeer, was just too much. It overwhelmed the graveyard.
And KK threw down that Poison off of that Musketeer, knowing that, okay, I have to get everything down in the front so the graveyard actually will do any sort of damage. But still, it wasn't able to do any damage with some delivery. Musketeer, the Spear Goblins, Rain, this is actually one of the perfect decks to go against the graveyard.
Yeah, and if it wasn't hard enough for KK already, the pull with the Mega Knight into the King Tower, activating that, as a graveyard player, that is the hardest thing to overcome. Once that King Tower activates, your graveyard is considerably less effective.
Yeah, that's 100% what you go for. You go for that hook onto the Mega Knight, canceling the jump, and also it's pretty easy to drag when you have a building on your own. Then you just get that easy drag after the jump into the King Tower. It's not that hard to activate the King Tower because the Mega Knight takes for days.
And it is gonna be Reiki Jones coming out here against Rain.
Reiki. Yesterday, Rad was in King of the Hill. They Reiki from the duo pair.
So the last time against Nova, Reiki did go down to CRS. Just double check this. So yeah, CRS took out KK, took out Reiki Jones, and then ended up losing to Rad in that regular season match. Don't forget they are best of 3, not best of 5, but Rain against Reiki, game 2.
Matchup that I don't think many of us have expected to see at all in the grand finals.
No, I was not expecting Rain to come out, and I wasn't expecting Reiki. I was expecting...
Me neither.
Maybe Rad?
Maybe Yakitori.
Would have been another good shout. Yeah, Yakitori coming out would have been good. I mean, Yakitori's 7-3 in King of the Hill.
But whenever Reiki came out, even in previous Ponos, previous seasons, years ago, even in special season, he brought wins. He brought at least a win or a couple of wins to the team as a surprise card. Will this be the day for Reiki or Rain to strike into Ponos?
We will see as we are in game 2 of set 2, King of the Hill. Nova Esports are already one set up, looking to make life easier for themselves by taking game 2 here of this King of the Hill. What
raised up
do
Rain.
we have?
Yes.
For what?
Yes.
I legitimately think Reiki is just super happy to be in a 1v1 match.
Yes.
Not even having a single response against Rain. Reiki, 100% focused.
Wait, Reiki is 100%? Oh yeah, Reiki is 100% focused.
He's on top. And Hut, it is. Some RG Graveyard. Maybe Elixir Golem? So with the Magic Archer, different version of Royal Hog, very likely from Rain.
An older version. We don't really see it much anymore. There's the Recruit, so that kind of puts a
so that's Battle Ram.
pin in that, yeah. It's looking like more bridge spammy in the...
Could still be Royal Hog, but more Battle Ram style that we see from China a lot more these days.
Electro Dragon G-Clef. Are you thinking E-Golem here?
Yeah, the moment I saw Hut, I was sort of feeling it. Yep.
Oh, it's the old
Activates
cheese.
the King Tower too.
It's an old cheese, sir, but it is still good. As we get an E-Golem deck, most likely from Reiki Jones. And Royal Hogs on the side of Rain again this time.
And against E-Golems, Magic Archers are... You think it would be actually great because it pierces through and it hits a lot on the back. But doesn't really do too much damage. That's the thing.
Yeah,
when the Battle Healer heals up.
Tornado, and that is a lot of bodies coming down.
Oh, that's
the delivery.
Already thousands of damage.
The recruits are there. The E-Drag is doing what it can to just rain destruction from the air, but that is towered down. Showing how it is done. Reiki Jones with the E-Golem deck. He just has to hold on now for 30 seconds.
Battle Healer's there. The Hut taking the damage. Cannon Card is trying to do what it can do. 20 seconds now. E-Dragon in the air, getting that chain lightning through the recruits and the Cannon Card now in cannon form.
One recruit does sneak through on the right-hand side, but nothing major. And that is most likely Reiki taking game 2. Bringing the E-Golem, bringing home a game win in this King of the Hill, and we are all tied. It is 1 apiece. However, the scalp of KK is much, much more valuable than the scalp of Rain.
At the moment we saw Barbot from Reiki, thought maybe an E-Golem.
I gotta admit, I was thinking Graveyard. I was not expecting Reiki to come out with the E-Golem deck, but he did, and 1 E-Golem, 1 tower down. That is 100% efficiency with an Elixir Golem.
Yeah, with that many Barbarians and the Battle Healer around it, you think Magic Archer would be good against this deck, but it's actually not.
So the Hogs come in, and what that did is just concentrate all these units together. Look at that, that's basically Barbarians with a Battle Healer and then you just throw a body in front. And I mean, that battle healer there, taking most of the brunt of those initial magic archer shots, cannot be downplayed. That was super important because the barbs stayed healthy. And you look at how they end after taking out the recruits. If that magic archer got a couple of hits in there, those barbs would have been dead.
Yeah, but still, a lot of healed back up with the heal spirit in the middle that we don't really highlight as much. Great play. Now AUK steps up to the stage.
Had a pretty bad day yesterday, AUK. He lost to Hajime.
Surprisingly, in that 1v1.
In the 1v1 set and the King of the Hill. In the King of the Hill, he did beat Jack, lost to Hajime, and then yesterday, Hajime 2-0'd him, and he made it look simple. Hajime made AUK look simple, and that is not something many people have accomplished in the entire history of Clash Royale League.
Will he be as shaky as yesterday? Some deck choices were okay, but unlike AUK in his play style, as we have not seen him as much as we thought ever since he came into Nova.
Yeah, AUK did play the Balloon Recruits with the Cannon Card Freeze, and he did play Graveyard Barb Hut with the Mega Minion and Ewiz yesterday. What does he have in store? I assume he's going to go different because those two games did not look great.
And I assume Reiki might try some lava or some balloon. I think we're going air from Reiki, which is usually what we see often in the second game. And AUK also had a terrible day against all the air decks.
Yeah, that might be one of the reasons why they decided, Ponos, to throw Reiki Jones in at this point, knowing that he is incredibly skilled when decks go to the air. Will it be the Lava Miner? Will it be the Lava Balloon? Will it just be Lumberloon?
Lumberloon is another pretty quick, heavy style that can fit into Reiki.
And the reason we say these decks is because this season that has been mainly what he has played. He has played Loon P.E.K.K.A. He played Loon Miner. Actually, hold on. He played E-Golem. Next up, Balloon Miner. I'm calling it now because that's how he played the first time he came out this season against Team Timing.
That's exactly what I remember too. Not the exact deck, as you have everything down, but just off from my head, he does like to go air, especially lava, from not just this season, previous season, in history of what he has done before in Ponos.
Well, against CRS, in the last game between these two teams, he went Lavaloon Miner and ended up getting stomped by CRS. The other time he played Lava was Lava P.E.K.K.A, Baby Dragon, Lumberjack, Ice with Zapnado, Fireball, and that was against Solomon, and that was really weird. The Lava Hound P.E.K.K.A combination was not a particular dish that many would try. And Reiki did give it a shot, and it just did not work out. But what do we have here? It is going to be AUK in blue against Reiki in red. See Ice Wizard out on the side of Reiki. Possibly Graveyard?
Possibly Balloon. With the Knight. Yes, Graveyard. It has to get that down with the poison. Now Magic Archer can be quite annoying.
Brawler goes right. Reiki gives a shake of the head. I think he was expecting it to go left, and it is going to be Recruits.
Yeah, Nova focusing heavy on the Royal Hogs. There's also a chance for Balloon. Those are the biggest two from AUK that's possible. Get the Royal Hogs.
Yeah, and the Barb Hut nicely timed there. One Hog does slip around the side, and that is a important activation.
The Magic Archer, though, getting a lock on the Baby Dragon before it reaching to the Knight.
Oh, look at the damage it got done.
That 4 shots?
Yeah, 14,
3 or 4 shots. Well done by AUK. King Tower activation below 1500 is where a lot of pros say it's not okay to be under 1600, sometimes 1500.
But Still, I think it was worth it at this point because Reiki does have tools to kind of shut down the push coming through, but it would be nice if he had a little bit more body on the ground. The Baby Dragon is going to tank up for this, but goes right into the recruits. And I mean, the recruits there are doing an amazing job against the Graveyard, but the Baby Dragon was connected into that tower.
4 direct shots. The recruits did a lot of work against the skeletons, but Baby Dragon.
That does have some elixir to help deal with this. The cage is there.
Also has the slow from the Ice Wiz, and when needed, he's also got a tornado in his hand.
That
time
was
doesn't even need to use that tornado.
Impeccable defense. So he turns that into an offense. Once again, the Graveyard is down into 4 Royal recruits, but he's getting work done. 889.
This many units and the Magic Archer on the left.
So no poison down on the Magic Archer this time. Baby Dragon is going to go face first into a Hunter. And it does go down. Does Reiki even realize that his left tower is under attack?
I don't think he cares at all. 1100. He's going all out with the Baby Dragon again, now locking on the cage.
Some of those skeletons get early hits, and then one spawns right at the back, finds a window to get a couple of hits.
Real nice hits with the Baby Dragon drag.
That's it.
Is it.
Reiki getting 2 scalps in this King of the Hill. KK goes down first, and you're like, oh no. Ponos are going to collapse. Reiki Jones, in their moment of need, as always, steps up to the plate and brings 2 wins home for Ponos, and they are 1 win away from taking this set.
Always the man when Ponos needs. Always, always. In clutch big matches during the regular season. In this, yes, he has done it in the grand finals. He's done it in lots of semifinals. He's done it before Ponos had this big of a roster. So where was he during the regular season? Oh, he was stuck in 2v2 because they have Mugi and KK all the time.
I mean, that's a scary thought. Imagine taking out Reiki now when he's playing like this and then running into the interdimensional being that is Mugi.
The aggressive decisions that Reiki had was just at the right timing. He could have pulled it a moment later with bigger troops. But knowing how aggressive AUK can be with the Royal Logs and the Magic Archers, if you give more time for those Magic Archers, then Reiki could have lost the game, I think. But a well-controlled game by Reiki. But the biggest challenge from Nova Esports going to be LC up.
Yeah, LC up against Reiki Jones. I mean, the tornado there at the end to pull everything into the splash damage.
I won the game.
Love to see it.
Like that's love it. The moment you let go of your finger, you know you already made the shot.
It's like throwing the basketball and then like turning around and already halfway to your car before it swishes in. Okay.
And then it misses.
Story of my life. Okay. King of the Hill, LC up is 9-4. His losses this season have come to Solomon, Jack, Light, and Boss. Will Reiki Jones be able to make that 9-5? Or will Elsiop add another loss on the tally of Reiki Jones' King of the Hills, who's currently 5-4 after these 2 wins? Will he have a nice round figure of 5-5 in King of the Hill at the end of this tournament? Game win rate 59.2. Of course, that does include 2v2 numbers, but both of these players have played a lot of 2v2, so it is very indicative of both players' performance over this season and throughout the year.
Yes, as 2v2, sometimes there were some 2-crown games, and oftentimes 1 crown, but still lots of 2 crowns compared to 1-1. If we ever have a really big 3-crown game throughout the season, not too many.
There's one yesterday.
In 2v2? Yeah. Ah, yes.
Come on, man. Wake up. This is the grand finals, Shikla.
I'm dreaming right now of the best grand finals. Nova Esports versus Ponos has been my dream forever.
That's what you're into. Okay, LC up and Reiki. LCUp the last time out did play the Battle Ram Magic Archer, Bandit, Cannon Cart, Ewiz, Royal, Ghost, Bridge Spam without the P.E.K.K.A. And it worked out pretty well. Gotta say, it was a very interesting change. He brought that up against Jack. And, you know, life without P.E.K.K.A. is not terrible for Bridge Spam.
Life without P.E.K.K.A. still good enough. You can even bring Mega Knight instead. Some mini P.E.K.K.A. which is getting another buff next month. We'll see. LCUp, the main focus, I think, for Nova, not just the Royal Hogs, I think it's Magic Archer.
Yeah, LCUp and Magic Archer have this special relationship where no matter where LCUp puts a Magic Archer, it connects into a tower.
So I think what Reiki Jones needs to have is just like the previous game, Tornado is basically required for Reiki.
Is he gonna bring
Elixir Golem?
I was thinking that. Most likely not. But
not twice.
You know, if you feel outclassed by your opponent, cheesing them is the way forward. 2 Hogs do connect. Tornado activates the King Tower.
That is a good early activation. Gotta love it as Reiki right now.
Fortunately, the Bob Hut does go down, and I think just about recouped its initial elixir cost.
And LCUp right now thinking, oh, this is going to be very rough. Yeah, with the Spirit Goblin, usually there's no Magic Archer.
And there is a Battle Healer, G.
Oh, we both felt it at the same time, so it has to be.
Okay, Battle Healer is going to help heal up these barbs. This is the kind of push that really hurt the first time round against Rain, but the Battle Healer is out of commission, and that stops that dead.
And this is a better Royal Hog deck against the Elixir Golem.
With the delivery.
With the Spear Goblins, and the fact there's Musketeer makes it a whole lot better.
But never say never. Could still be a real Golem. Doubtful, but it could be.
It's only one Golem, come on.
And that is the Elixir Golem, unfortunately. Okay, Bob Hut is
Baby
down.
Dragon actually getting some splash. That's nice for Reiki.
Big heals coming in on those barbs, and that Battle Healer survives this time. So the blob comes down. There's the Electro Dragon. So everything's gonna go right here. But the barbs stay on course. The Electro Dragon is down. And that Baby Dragon with that barb are gonna get a couple of good hits in here.
Yes, Baby Dragon doing a lot more than it should. Still activates the King Tower, which is not so bad. And so another button for LCUp to press that go sign, and EQ doing a lot of work against the hut and the tower.
But the damage is relatively even right now, and that is a good sign for Reiki as we go into that sudden death elixir time.
Good
Tornado
pull.
has to be used, but he has nothing left. Heal Spirit has to be used. 1 Hog gets the tower, and that gives the lead to LCUp.
Not by much, as Eagle and you and we all know, you guys all know, it's about one big push to do more than 4,000 damage, maybe even more than that.
But that one big push has come and gone, and starting with an Elixir Golem in the back is not a particular sign.
I think that's a great time with the bar pod going down.
Oh, you're right. I think
well
it's gonna get
timed.
double spawn now. Okay, double dragon loaded up. Heal
This
Spirit is
is-
there, and another E-Golem. Is this gonna be it?
Has to be it. LCUp better be ready. There's also Tornado coming very soon. Delivery is coming down.
Delivery gets a lot of value, but I think there is still one particular
the cage!
Whoa, but it's still getting, the E-Dragon's still getting the splash through onto the tower. 922 remaining there. Delivery has to come down.
Here comes the counter punch from LCUp. Not enough elixir for Hut. There's EQ. There's Tornado Pool. Everything E-Dragon is doing some work, but this is massive. Still the tools. The Battle Healer trying to tank up the damage. Is this going to be enough? 555 and the Musketeer!
That is that Reiki goes down. It was looking so good for him. That last push almost broke Elsiop's back, but Elsiop forever is strong, and we get down to the final game 5. Is it time to unlock the vault and release Mugi upon the world?
It's been a very long time. We saw him play.
He has been locked up, conserving his energy, and hopefully will come out. Elsiop does take down Reiki Jones, a player that we did not expect to do as well as he has done today. Reiki got 2 wins and then 1 loss, and that was a very close one. The double Elixir Golem also almost overwhelmed here.
Yeah, they're pulling the battle healer. Gave a lot less battle heals to everyone else around it. Also delivery being the key card for Elsiop.
And I think Reiki overcommitted ever so slightly to this push. He had to, but I mean, there's double brawler in there. I mean, that's just a sign of how toothless your support was of that E-Golem. Nothing should survive.
Yeah, the Musketeer doing so much. Still a very powerful range.
Okay, last player up. Someone right now in Ponos is like opening the vault. There's a floating Mugi like meditating. He has been in there for the last 3 or 4 weeks. He's prepared. He has seen every possible outcome. There are 14 million chances, and he wins in 13,999,000 of them, because Mugi has been phenomenal this season. We cannot... Anyone out there who doesn't think Mugi is one of the best players on the planet right now, you have a very... There is an argument to be made.
You have very weird number of trophies on your account.
I mean, the God RF in West is playing phenomenal. Some players in West are playing phenomenal, but Mugi, man, Mugi has been making it look too easy. Let's just see who Mugi has gone up against this season.
He's a Clash Royale robot.
No,
he does not make
the robot is KK. Mugi is the interdimensional being. Look at him there. He is from outer space. He is the galactic champion. Mugi is coming out. We look at who he's beaten. He's beaten Solomon, higher, famous kid. He's beaten Greed. He's beaten Expo. Well, wait, he lost Expo Master, sorry. He beat Benzo you light. The guy doesn't lose in a best of 3. I mean, he's beaten Blizzard. He's beaten Benzo, Nuamisa, and Jack. He is undefeated in a 1v1 best of 3 set. But King of the Hill, there are signs of some weakness. Some.
And it is just 1 game.
But I mean, Elsiop is the OG veteran of Clash Royale. He has been here since its inception. The guy is phenomenal. He has his up and downs, but he is on a very big upswing as of late. Can he continue it and take the biggest crown, the biggest jewel out of Ponos' crown, that is Mugi?
Elsiop right now, the form seems to be on top, as he is always when it comes down to these big stage, biggest match moments. And Elsiop do it against Mugi and bring a 2-0. Nova Esports a big lead in set, or Ponos also 1 game away from winning a set, matching it to 1-1 in the best of 5.
So over the season, Elsiop is 9-4. Mugi is 13-5. King of the Hill set scores. One of them has to lose here. We cannot have a tie. So who's it going to be? Is it going to be Nova's Elsiop in blue? Is it going to be Ponos' Mugi in red? Look at that 64.3% offensive rate. What that means is he wins 64.3% of the time he plays the first card.
Elsiop, quite the opposite. Only 21%.
Yeah, that's actually kind of scary. And look at that non-overtime win rate, 75%. 75% of the time he wins within the first 3 minutes of a game.
Seeing how dominant the player can be within the first 3 minutes. It's in this meta, we usually do in overtime in many games.
will this be another one? We see both players just leaking elixir, waiting for this double elixir time. And no reciprocation of the emotes here.
And both players bring E-Golem. I don't think it. No. I think it will be very likely. We see a lot of Royal Hog focus from Nova all day long. And Mugi might just bring some Bowler Graveyard to counter.
Well, I mean, the last few times out, Mugi has played like Hog EQ. He's played RG Fisher Ewiz. He has played Expo against Expo Master. But I mean, Mugi is one of the players who will legitimately play any deck. He has played nearly everything. There are very few duplications in his deck selection this season. So what is he gonna bring now as we go down to that double elixir time?
It's still nothing.
The stalemate, there we go. 75% chance. 63.5% chance that Mugi wins the game right now because he played the first card. Okay, Baby Dragons against not a favorable trade, but the poisons come out exactly the same time from both players.
LC on 3.5 graveyard, likely, with the cage.
Knight loaded up on the right-hand side. Both players kind of mirroring each other's movements right now.
With the Ewiz 4.0 graveyard from Mugi.
Mugi decides graveyard on the left. Poison is there from LC up to defend the graveyard. A couple of lucky Larrys getting those hits in as Mugi has almost shut up shop right now. Graveyard pulls the Baby Dragon in and the activation on the tower. That's going to make it a little bit more difficult for Mugi.
Much more difficult. When he's relying on the graveyard and there's no freeze, only poison. He has to pull a very big war pot setup up
LCL
for that.
Poison in the middle, so an offensive poison comes out of Mugi. LCL decides that now that he has the King Tower activation, he doesn't need those defensive poisons. And he's absolutely right, he doesn't. So it's going to make it considerably more difficult now that LCL can throw down those offensive poisons without fear of losing out. Some damage getting done, 2101, and the offensive poison comes down.
LCL, he just wants to get all the poison damage possible and win game over time because he's got that King Tower activation. It won't be perfect with just the Barbarian Barrel here, but that's here for Baby Dragon. One splash.
1564 remains, and the Mega Minion is going to make light work of everything underneath it. The Baby Dragon played at the back to defend. Knight up front is going to get quite a few of the Larrys. Poison is down, but that is getting a lot of damage in for Elsiop. Can Mugi respond?
Caught up big time with the poison and the tick. Some Skeleton's actually doing no damage right now at all for Mugi because of the King Tower activation. But only 18 HP difference on the tower.
I was going to say, Mugi has a very slight advantage, but Elsiop throws down that offensive poison. There are 30 seconds left. Every hit point matters. Offensive poison comes down from Mugi, and it looks as though Elsiop is going to be able to take this one, but it is still anyone's game. There are 20 seconds left. A perfect defense needed here by Mugi, and it's what he's getting. 1166, he's took next to no damage.
Two more skeletons.
Poisons on each side. Mugi needs to go with another graveyard as quickly as possible.
Spawns.
He needs to get a few hits. Tornado in from Elsiop to get the extra damage, and it looks as though that's going to be it. Elsiop takes game 5 of the King of the Hill and brings it home for Nova.
That seals it to 2-0 score again. Nova Esports in a commanding lead with set 1 and 2. Now we go into the 3 sets of 1v1, but Mugi going down against LCUp is a huge factor going into this best of 3s.
We have been denied this matchup week in, week. Every time Nova play Ponos, me and you sit there and we go, all right, we want to see LCUp against Mugi. Every time we're denied. Today we get it. Elsiop comes out the victor. Fair play. He played it phenomenally. Getting that King Tower activation was huge. hugely important.
LCUP getting that tornado in and the ice waves.
That is how you look at it. That Knight bringing things over so you can pull down on the tornado. Absolutely phenomenal. And this race was so close. If it wasn't for those Larry hits at the back, Mugi might just have nicked it here. But unfortunately, just not good enough.
Yeah, and much more because after the King Tower activation, LCR was still down about 400 in tower HP. He had to go all offensive with the poison, and not just the poison. Tornado also checked in at least 4 times into the tower. It's not much, but when it gathers up, sums up to 4 or 5 times, it's at least 100 damage there.
If Mugi had defended those 2 skeletons at the back and took no damage, it would have come down to that tornado damage as the difference between them. Because before that, I think Mugi was winning by about 20. Someone might be able to go through and just quickly correct me on that. But it was
18.
about 20 or 30. And the tornado could have caused the difference between the 2 players there. And
well played by LCUP. What a big comeback with the activation.
Huge.
And since that moment, he's like, he doesn't care about the defensive poison, says, okay, King Tower's going to do work. EU is down.
And the advantage he carries with that poison being on the offensive time and time again, he doesn't have to think in the back of his mind, okay, I need the poison for the defense, as Mugi needed to do. Just phenomenal by LCUP. Can he carry this forward into the 1v1 sets where
he can only be in one spot?
I am hoping that we get LCUP versus Mugi.
That would be the best, but we have no idea what the active roster is going to be for set 3.
It's going to be CRS. CRS now has the chance to bring it home for Nova. The American player of Nova here, CRS, coming in, and it is against Mugi. All right, so this is an exciting time for both of us as big Mugi fans. They have not played each other this season, even when CRS essentially swept away Ponos. He did beat KK, beat Reiki, and lost to Rad. He never had to face Mugi. Now I'm excited to see how this one goes. Can CRS take down Mugi, who was basically voted the best rookie and the best player of the season in regular season?
He could have also got best 2v2 just for being the best player of the league the entire regular season.
But he has been MIA. We haven't seen him this playoff period. And, you know, it might have been nice to get him out yesterday to shake off that rust when you're already 2-0 up. Shaking off the rust in the grand final. And losing to LCUP already, will that have shaken Mugi? Can Mugi even shake?
Maybe, and CRS is a very good challenger against him. CRS does have a lot of wins, especially in that 1v1, and they have a lot of, somewhat of a streak in that King of the Hill too. For Nova,
10-6 in King of the Hill, 0-1 in set score, but he did lose 1-2 to Nuri of Team Timing.
With the snowball, even a hog.
Mugi, on the other hand, is 4-0 in set score, 8-2 in game score. As the miner comes out from CRS. Triple spell here for Mugi, snowball, log, and EQ.
And flying machine from CRS with the miner. So lava miner is what we are looking at. Maybe with the guards with the flying machine.
Oh, that snowball is cheeky. All right, the flying machine was in a safe spot. The snowball to push it just over the river to get that Princess Tower to help out. Oh, this is not looking good right now for CRS. Lavahound placed at the back, finally gets around to that. Must have been the last card in his hand, as the bats are shut down here.
CRS has to be willing to take and soak some Hog Rider damage for a massive flying machine connections, or even some Night Witch. The bats are going to do work.
Bomb tower is there to distract the Lavahound. No activation with that Hog Rider. Cubs are distracted. The bomb is going to go off, but the Brawler is going to sneak through. Skeletons will stop that. CRS is denied damage again. Fisherman doesn't even get the hook in on the tower. It goes onto the Knight. Both towers for Mugi untouched for CRS's towers. His left one especially is bleeding heavily.
Has to let some of those Hog Riders. Oh, that snowball is...
Mugi's spell usage this game has been out of this world. But now how is he going to stop this? This is a lot coming over. He does play the Knight up front to distract the bats and the Night Witch. Arrows in.
Snowball will be the key.
Doesn't catch the Fly Machine. The Fly Machine is connected.
And also one bat.
Oh, Mugi slips at the final hurdle here, as the chances are that tower is down. 78 remains. Mugi is no longer invincible. Can he finish this tower off? Goblin Cage played up high as we go to the last few seconds. EQ is there. Hog Rider does finish that tower. Arrows in finishes Mugi's tower, and we're down to a 2-tower situation between Mugi and CRS. Hog Rider comes in. It's gonna get 1. It's gonna get 2. Is it gonna get 3? Snowball
and
might make
Snowball.
it 4.
5 connections with... That's with Snowball long EQ. One more cycle with spell is going to do it. That Pocket Knight to tank up King Tower and the Princess Tower. So this lava is there, but Mugi is just racing right now.
He is a little bit low on elixir and doesn't want to let that Flying Machine through again this time. Mugi has time to take it slow, but the Pocket Lavahound might actually accelerate those plans. But the Hog Rider is distracted by the cage. Musketeer's trying to do what it can, but it is taken down by the Fly Machine. Another Fly Machine, and this is a terrible situation for Mugi. Double Fly Machine usually wins the game.
What connects?
Pumps are there, Miner is there. Everything is going down, and Mugi has collapsed as CRS takes game 1. CRS is 1 game away from bringing it home for Nova Esports and 3-0ing a near unbeatable Ponos team.
Mugi played it solidly, but that cage position. CRS was worrying about a Pocket Knight, Pocket Hog all the time after it went down to 461. If you slip one more Hog in with EQ, that's it.
Wow, wow, wow. But as soon as you see those Flying Machines stack up and you don't have Fireball, it is GG. And I mean, CRS knew it. Flying Machine outputs so much damage, and it is so hard to deal with. The Miner here on the snipe.
Yeah, good catch with the Skeletons, knowing that Miner would come for the Musketeer. So Mugi kept that all alive, and
that Pocket Lavahound turned it around because it just put on too much pressure.
And the Musketeer locked onto the lava instead of the Flying Machine or the Baby Dragon.
I mean, delaying the Hog Rider might have helped a little bit, because I think the 1 Flying Machine would have flown into the bomb tower range. But after this, it just piled on the pressure. CRS takes game 1. And Mugi, who has been invincible nearly all season, no longer looks that way. Has the mythos behind this player been broken?
461. At least 2 cycles with Earthquake and some few more, and just a log, but still to cycle through twice with the spells, it was just not enough in time with the pressure that CRS had in the air.
Don't forget, CRS is in the USA, so the coach has to talk to him through the internet, which does make it a little difficult, whereas Ponos, they have everyone in this room. They're trying to bring Mugi back from the brink. Everyone is there. You can see Fuchi in the background, former player turned coach. All the analysts are there too, trying to find a way to get Mugi back on winning terms. And I mean, you look at it this way, Nova had their ups and downs this season, but you know who didn't have any downs? Ponos. But when it comes to the grand final, none of that matters. All that matters is on the day who shows up. And right now, Nova Esports have shown up. They took set 1, 2-1. They took set 2, 3-2. Set 3, CRS against Mugi. CRS has 1 game advantage. He needs 1 more game win to bring it home for Nova. I can't stress this enough. This could be the second 3-0 final of the year.
And we only had 2 so far. Nova is about to put 1 more down on their history. With CRS on a match point. Still Ponos, they have Mugi. He's the player playing the game. Has the potential to bring it back if he wins 2 more in a row.
Miner straight out the gates for Mugi, no messing around, and CRS snowballs it to the side to just make sure no damage comes in.
Miner with the bar barrel.
Right.
So throw those lava fans. I'm pretty sure you might be happy with the giant skeleton. All of a sudden. And CRS getting ready another set with the hut.
Giant Skeleton's gonna make it across the bridge. The Musketeer is locked onto the Baby Dragon. Tornado brings everything up.
The Giant Skeleton does loon into loon, but usually without the miner.
Is it with the freeze?
Guessing last is the fireball. Or even with the bomb tower, but it's replaced with, it can be replaced with the miner.
So when it comes down to it, Mugi goes Giant Skeleton Balloon in 1v1. Everything on the line, and this is the deck he chooses to try and take down CRS. He looks to be playing a very standard Royal Hogs, possibly Graveyard with the Barb Hut.
And the Snowball, did see some Snowball choice even yesterday against some Hog decks, Balloon decks. Great Tornado there, getting the Musketeers clutch.
And one Barb is going to get a couple of hits in here as the Baby Dragon takes down the Barb Hut, and Giant Skeleton played very far forward. That's going to kill that push as the Ice Wizard and the Baby Dragon deal with the Graveyard. Took one swipe from Alari, and here is the Balloon. The Barb Hut, is it good? Is it good? It is just about. Miner did take quite a few hits, but the Musketeer is gonna make light work of the Balloon.
Yeah, good D from CRS, getting those Skeletons against the Miner. Keeping the Musketeer alive, and here comes another, just a poison here, as not see the Giant Skeleton yet.
So Giant Skeleton is gonna lumber its way through the lane towards that Musketeer. Baby Dragon is up, providing the air support. So this clogs up the bridge. Mugi goes Balloon on the right. Miner is there as well. That's gonna get most of the damage. Now that the Musketeer is there, Snowball to just buy some time. No drop again.
And this time, after the defense, the Barb Hut is safe. Take one more damage from the Baby Dragon, but still it's going to provide a lot more pressure on the left.
The Giant Skeleton goes to the right, and now we have 4 barbs per spawn coming down on the left. Could make a very tasty Graveyard push as we see the Balloon come in here. Miner is stopped by the skeletons, but the balloon is slowly making its way. Snowball. Oh, but the Mega Minion turned around. The Mega Minion's locked on the giant skeleton. Will it get a drop? It does get a drop. That is huge. The graveyard comes down from CRS. He needs to get damage done now as we enter the last 60 seconds of this match. And again, Mugi denies that graveyard any semblance of usefulness.
Now there's the bomb tower along with the Musketeer. Will not be too effective on the left. Ice Wizard loaded up just in case of a graveyard again. Giant Skeleton, the balloon is coming down the right. Musketeer ready, Mega Minion ready for that defense. The graveyard to counter on for CRS.
And the Miner connects into the tower. The graveyard is good. The Ice Wizard is busy slowing down those barbs, but the skeletons get distracted, and another flawless graveyard defense by Mugi.
30 seconds.
He needs to do it again, though. There are 30 seconds left. Poison is down. Ice Wiz is doing what he can. A defensive Miner has been called as well. A naked balloon coming across the river just to apply the pressure. Tornado to move them out of the way. Will this get a drop? It is close, but just death damage this time round. The Mega Minion is denied by the Ice Wizard. The giant skeleton blocks up the lane, and I think that is that. Unless this graveyard runs away with it at the last minute, it is over. Mugi takes game 2. And now we have a match on our hands.
CRS thought about putting a lot more pressure on the left with the double Barbarian Hut, but you can have more barbs, but with just one giant skeleton, you pretty much get everything down with that death damage, so it doesn't really matter as much for Mugi. And Mugi, after seeing that Barbarian Hut position towards the left, that's a go sign for the balloon on the right immediately, and that Mega Minion turning around, as you pointed out, Simon. That was huge. Without that, the balloon was going to go down 100%.
The Mega Minion just got completely
right here
sidetracked. What's this?
I'm gonna see that circle.
3. Yikes. The snowball needed to come down a little bit earlier, I guess, to keep it in range, because Mega Minion has a very small sight range. It is easily distracted, and I mean, the graveyard defenses from Mugi were sublime. CRS tried to do what he can. He found a couple of good windows where, against most players, those graveyards would have been super effective. But unfortunately, the giant skeleton was MVP and in this because it just blocks the lane, and no matter how many barbs you have, as you pointed out as well, the giant skeleton bomb just gets rid of it. It just gets it done.
And this is the chance for Nova, as they just called for a timeout. They want to bring Mugi down and finish this right now and do not go to set 4.
I mean, do you blame them? You have a chance to finish it 3-0 final when everyone...
You know.
I want to say, a lot of people out there probably were writing Nova off. Even if they end up putting Nova on their profile, they were probably thinking, yo, Ponos look too scary.
Yes.
They want to look cool by going for Nova. But in the back of their minds, Ponos should be winning this.
Because pretty damn sure that it is going to be KK coming up set 4. And might be LCF, or maybe AUK. I'm thinking LCF versus, now that we have CRS, LCF versus KK. That has to be the set 4 match.
But if it's not, and it goes to a set 5, having LCF against someone like Yakitori,
Raiki was great today.
Yeah, but is he going to be good in a best of 3 against LCF?
Or might not be LCF, might be AUK. Or Little Chen, who also played set 5 yesterday against Expo Master.
Okay, so here we go. CRS versus Mugi. CRS is on match point. Mugi is on set point. I mean, the match, CRS wins this. Nova go home. 3-0 champions on the night. Against a team that has that looked as though losing was not in their vocabulary all season long.
Only a couple.
Well, I mean, the last time these two teams met, Ponos did lose to Nova. That was their one loss in the second half of the season. And I think I said it then, it looks as though Nova have the number of Ponos. It looks as though they know how to approach the games, how to approach each player. But now the question is, can CRS close it out?
In that game too was pretty dominant for Moogie, as he chose the perfect deck to go against all those bar pods. Giant Skeleton, we saw a couple from August. Ever since the new October patch, it was close to none. Just going back in history and digging that up. Well done by Ponos. But will they survive one more set? Still on Nova Esports match point with CRS on the blue at the bottom. Moogie on top in red.
So it comes to this. This is potentially the final game of the season.
Fisherman Musketeer.
Fireball just to dislodge the Musketeer. Royal Hogs from Moogie. Split 3-1 Tesla. Is this? And I mean, Moogie has
really not a bad
EQ,
choice.
which makes it a little tough on the Expo player. But Expo is one of those decks that always seems to have zero bad matchups.
Zero bad matchup, but when you can have a perfect defense against DQ, it is just not possible. That's the thing that makes it very hard as an Expo player. CRS, knowing that, I think he will go very aggressive.
There's a Fisherman to block here. The Hogs come in, split 3-1 again. No Tesla this time to pull them towards the center. The Expo is going to go down. Heals back up those Hogs, and those Hogs are very healthy as they get
Oh, the
into
Musketeer
the tower.
even connects on the right. 2 shots. Skeleton's coming down just a little too late. Moogie in quite a big lead. Connecting Musketeer shots on tower as when there's Expo. Pressure's on for CRS.
Yeah, the splitting of the Hogs was sublime. Like, we've seen Hogs so many times today, and they've always gone down the same lane, but Moogie splitting them up is great. Fisherman is there to take the next shot. 3-1 again. No Tesla to pull them away. Fireball doesn't catch one of the Hogs, actually. Is EQ going to come down to try and protect this? It is the log. It's going to get a couple of shots, but nothing major. A few glancing blows from that Expo. 2-1-6-0 against 1-5-5-5.
Still more damage on the right. This is exactly what CRS has to focus at the same time attacking onto the left.
Ooh. Okay, after the jump, the Expo does connect into the cage.
Exactly.
EQ comes down. That's going to delete the archers, delete the Expo. And another hit or two. Heal Spirit is good. The Brawler is going to get distracted up. Fisherman this time comes down against the Knight. And an Expo loaded up on the right. It's going to go into the cage. Spirit Goblins used. Ice Spirit. We'll get rid of that with the archers.
He took too much damage on the right, thinking that he has to defend now with the building. That has to be Tesla. That's right at the center. Can't really let go of those Hawks. On the left with the Fisherman.
Oh, but the Brawler breaks through. The Knight is there, though.
Still with this defensive Expo.
Ooh,
Yeah, defensive is, it's tough when you are forced into this decision.
Yeah, and that just makes those EQs even tastier. But the Fireball is good to take care of those Hogs. Still, the damage is coming through.
Yes, through the EQ into the left makes it about as even. So Moogie has nothing to lose. He can just take down the left side even further.
Oh, the cage isn't in range of the Expo. EQ, Fireball again. And I mean, if it plays like this, if this repeats over and over again, Moogie will
Expo
win.
on the right has to pull it out because of EQ damage on the left. That can be painful for
Moogie as well. The Expo is connected now into the recruit. The Brawler is going to be there as well. That's the next tank. Then a Heal Spirit is going to be the tank too. Does he have something else? Another Fisherman comes down. And I think that's going to be it. Spear Goblins have to be used on the left though. Goblin Cage is good. We're in triple elixir. This could be where it gets dicey for Moogie. As a connection comes in for CRS. Fireball 2. It is all going wrong, but Moogie loads up the Hogs on the right. EQ is there as well. He's going to put in his own damage. Can Moogie survive? Can CRS finish this tower? Fireball comes in, 1-1-8-1.
30 seconds left in the overtime, down to about 1,000 at the bottom. Moogie putting out everything. There's the Tesla with the log, putting a lot of those Hog Riders, Royal Hogs back to the tower. Still the pressure's on, no more
and CRS has to fireball the units.
Tesla is right there in the center. Hogs are distracted. EQ's down.
But it's not going to be it. Moogie takes it. As soon as that fireball went into the units, you knew it was over. Moogie takes game 3, 2-1. And somehow we have to find the energy to cast set 4. My word, Moogie, you do not make it easy today.
As the moment we saw EQ, doesn't matter if it's Hog Rider or Royal Logs, a little harder for Royal Logs, but Expo player, you just know that you have to be aggressive. That was the reason why CRS was being you would at least even say way too aggressive in terms of his position.
Yeah, he was
Expo.
Super aggressive, but he had to be, and it was.
He had to look for those magical connections. It did connect, not much damage. Still against this many cycles of EQ hitting the tower all the time, bringing the archers low. Expo 3 shots. You can't really miss the Expo with the EQ.
No, not at all. And I mean, here you had double Expo beating down on the cage. Heal Spirit is that stopgap. Fisherman is there next. But if the Fisherman was slightly too late, Expo got damaged, and that made it closer than it should have been, based on what we had seen repeated time and time again. Moogie takes the win, brings set 3 home for Ponos, and we're going to a set 4. Don't forget, Nova still have match point. CRS taking game 1 the way he did, making life difficult in game 2 and somewhat 3. I mean, hats off. Most people would expect Moogie to walk away with this 9 times out of 10.
But CRS almost made it possible, just less than 400 difference, when it was actually up to 700-800 at a point in the middle of the game. Yeah, big props to CRS pulling off what seemed like an impossible, almost pulling off what seemed like it was impossible. Almost lost my mind in the middle. Had the Expo down, it was gone. There were troops coming down left and the right. Tesla had to be down with the log, which delayed it a lot, and he kept it to minimum. Still just not enough against that many spells.
Oh, it's Elsiop. Nova not pulling any punches now, and it's going to be Elsiop versus KK.
Oh man, here we go.
Now this is what we all signed up for when we started today. Ponos versus Nova, game 4. Elsiop looking to bring it home once again for Nova, that he does time and time again, going up against KK, who has been in the scene so long. He was with Game With, and he was always the bridesmaid, never the bride.
But just to put down something, that KK did age a little more, but there were moments of panic when it came down to this much of a stress for KK back in Game With. This time with Ponos with a bigger squad, I don't believe that he's going to have those similar moments, but it might actually kick in because history does repeat itself sometimes.
It is true. KK has kind of fell apart at the seams when it gets to these finals, and the pressure is on. But in saying that, he has matured. He is not the same KK we saw at Game With. Remember, Game With came second so many times. They were the WED GM of CRL Asia. And they always came second to what team? Ponos.
Now that he's in Ponos,
is it time to come second to Nova?
1.5.
So here we go. It is going to be Elsiop versus...
This is the Goblin Barrel, KK's favorite.
And this is the deck we saw him start with yesterday, which is Spellbait. Is he going to have the Prince?
Zappy's Graveyard?
is this deck going to have Rascals in it? That's the question for KK. Is he bringing the Rascal version, or is he going to bring something else? The Goblin Barrel. Oh, nice timing there. The Goblin Barrel finds a hole as the recruits come down, and look at the damage it's got done. Royal Hogs comes in. What is there to defend all this pressure?
Not much after the log is gone. So what's the perfect time to go for LCOP? It's gonna do a massive war. Princess is there, but she's pretty slow.
Yeah, but look at it. It's still relatively even. 400 damage.
It's going to hurt on both sides.
Oh, perfect read by Elsie up on the location of that one. No steps from the Goblins. Out of the barrel.
For now, but a few of those Princess might actually be out of control, but not as much. As LCOP does have, can buy a lot of time with those Zappies, with those recruits.
So Zappies playing at the back. Princess goes down the right. Is it time to fireball it, maybe?
Yeah, to take less damage onto the left tower. And 3-1 split with the Royal Hogs. Inferno.
Yep, we saw him bring this yesterday. It is going to be nice, but the Zappies are going to make it a little bit more challenging. Not much damage getting done at all in that push. Recruits played 4-2 with the split. Log just to remove those shields. Makes it a little easier to deal with. Princess is going to rain destruction on them. And a Barb Hut played deep on the side of LCOP.
Yeah, LCOP's not messing around.
13-18. He did get one set of one stab, but it's not going to be enough. KK needs to replicate that time and time again, and the fireball comes down on the second Princess because there is one at the bridge. Goblin Gang is there to protect.
Barbot ready just in time against the Goblin Barrel.
Princess this time in the center.
As long as LCOP is making right predictions, she's not going to lose that much, as she doesn't really need to force that many offensive Barbarian Barrels.
Look at the damage LCOP is managing to get onto both towers, and now the right side is going down. It looks as though LCOP has got this one in the bag, but we have seen KK perform miracles this season. Just yesterday even KK performed an absolute miracle. Can he do it again today?
And loading Zappies one more on the left. Princess is still left alive. Just the heal spirit and the Barbarrel coming down just in time. Another log to soak in some more damage down to 1030 on the bottom. 725 as we see on the right top.
Two Hogs
going
get
down.
in. Fireball is there, and that tower is.
Oh, but on the left, the Goblins! Just left alone with Zappies. The gang was not taken care of at all. LCOP expected to win with that one play.
He did it again. KK did it again, where it looks hopeless. Somehow, some way, he gets in on the tower and takes it down and snatches victory out of LCOP's hand. I watched the replay yesterday and I was like, there is no way he should have won that. I'm gonna watch the replay after this, because there is no way on earth he should have won this.
The gang wasn't taken care of. The bar barrel was not there. Only Zappies in the LCOP's hand. We'll just see the last cycle.
That fireball was huge.
Yeah, KK was down to 1080, 1091 in the first minute. Okay, there's bar barrel. Yeah, the Princess was absolute.
So you're thinking it's game over?
Yeah, the gangs are coming down here.
The Hogs. There's the fireball.
All these Zappies, no bar barrel.
How did all of that get over the river as quick as it did? Teleportation goblins? Is this like a new thing?
What, 11 elixir? 11 elixir spell plus unit? That doesn't exist. LCOP was not able to. I think he expected a couple more quick scratches from the Royal Hogs and win the game. It was about 109, right? But those Princess, it's back and forth, back and forth. There were a few fireballs, but unless you're doing the damage to the right tower, the tower that with the lowest HP, you can be out of sight. And that's exactly what the spell bait is for.
But here's the thing, Elsiop is not the type of player who will let something like that get in his head. He's the type of player to understand that sometimes things just happen out of your control and you lose a game. Game 2 is a new world, a new story. Can he bring it home? I mean, Nova Esports have been on the edge of victory. Once already as CRS took game 1 and then was 1 game away from closing it out. Couldn't do it against Mugi, it ended up 2-1. Elsiop now has a difficult task of getting 2 wins in a row against KK, but the bright side is he almost did it game 1. He was insanely close to getting game 1 under Nova's belt. Can he go that last step that extra mile and close out game 2 for Nova and put them on match point once more?
I mean, KK, he has brought out his secret weapon. Or the classic Goblin Barrel spell bait deck. And now we're just moving into more huts for now for Elsiop. Zappies again.
Looking much like the same deck. It worked pretty well first time round.
This time with the flying machine.
Now what does KK have that shoots up? Hunter.
A different type of Royal Hog deck. It's my guess, sometimes with even the Ghost. With the Bar Pod from Elsiop.
So Cage pulling those barbs into the center. Not going to get much done here. Baby Dragon. KK.
Yeah, don't see.
And it's RG for KK. And it's going into the 4 recruit side. Now that is a choice and a half. As this RG is healed
Spirit.
up. And it
4 shots!
And the Baby Dragon raining death from the sky.
Oh, but the recruit on the left doing actually
Flying Machine 2 on the right. KK just going to let that go, and that's a lot of damage to take. And that advantage that KK bought himself with that Royal Giant has been equalized.
in total takes a lot more damage from Flying Machine 2 on the right. Elsiop currently in a big lead. He didn't even play Royal Hogs yet.
Which makes me think maybe it's not Royal Hogs.
He might not even play it because he didn't have to yet. And there's also a Flying Machine. KK. Thinking about
oh, the Fireball missed the Hunter! And that is huge on this defense. The Fireball aiming. Oh, it's all going a bit pear-shaped. But the offense is good for KK. Can Elsiop hold on? Can he push forward to victory? He does have a slight lead right now. The Lightning will make it harder for him.
Yeah, can certainly bring down that machine. Lightning will not be the best spell. You think about this many units around the tower. KK has to think twice before using that Lightning.
I mean, look at how clogged up that right-hand lane is. The Lightning comes down on the left to get rid of the Flying Machine because it is causing problems. The Hunter survives with the Barbarian Barrel will be enough to take it out. Fisherman is still there clogging up the lane a little bit for KK. The Brawler sneaking in on the left is going to go towards the Barbarian hut. Fisherman, okay, is played. The Flying Machine isn't locked onto by the Princess Tower.
So has to use the Heal Spirit to take it out. KK even spent the Lightning on the previous Flying Machine. Now see, I'm focusing a little more on the left this time.
I mean, this is a case of just overwhelming the lanes. And KK is finding it hard to split his attention in the correct way.
KK has to stack up some of his units for that RG push.
There are 60 seconds left, and now we're all equal, actually. Oh no, not quite, but the RG coming in is now stopped permanently.
Right in there, RG getting... RG did nothing! 6 Elixir just gone from the field.
Fireball connects again. Heal Spirit is there. The Fisher Hunter combination doing what it can, but it looks like Elsiop is going to be able to bring this one home for his team. There are 30 seconds left. Do not count KK out. He sneaks victories where he has no right to. But this is looking like Elsiop's game completely right now.
It's okay to block those Royal Logs, but healed up near 100%, and they're still going. RG to counter 5 Zappies for a moment. RG is slowed down. There's another hut. A win for Elsiop here.
Yep, Elsiop takes game 2.
They're putting Nova Esports again in a match point. We're also feeling the heat, not just KK.
Yeah, there's a part of me that's like, why can't I just sit here and watch? And oh man, this has been a good final so far. Elsiop is 1 game away from bringing it home. KK is 1 game away from equalizing the score.
Yeah, KK right there thinking, oh, should have brought Fireball.
But you can see the power of the split lane push that Elsiop was bringing. Every time there was just units in the lane. 4 recruits one side, 2 recruits the other, sometimes 3-3. You have the Zappies splitting up. You have just so many bodies, and KK could not get those RGs through. I mean, look at this.
Yeah,
Zappy lockdown right now.
Yeah, it takes like 10 seconds to fire a shot. What can you do when there's Barbot right at the bridge?
There was one time where Elsiop missed a sitter of a fireball and the hunter survived, and I was like, oh man.
That was a long time ago.
Yeah, KK couldn't capitalize on that slight mistake. I mean, that big heal spirit there. But I mean, even if the heal didn't connect here, what could you have done?
Yep, the Zappies.
Zappies are basically central government right now because they locked down that RG.
Another fireball bait. Also, we've seen some Zappies with Graveyard, but a lot more played with the Royal Hogs now.
So once again, Nova Esports are on match and championship point. Can Elsiop overcome KK in game 3 of this 1v1, or will KK take us to a set 5 where all bets will be off?
Where I don't have a single clue who the last bird is going to be if we go to that set 5, and I wish we actually do.
I mean, this has been a final for the history books. This has been absolutely insane right now. KK versus Elsiop going down to a game 3, and every match, every set between these two teams today has gone all the way. The 2v2 was 2-1. The King of the Hill was 3-2. Mugi 2-1 over CRS. This one also goes to game 3. And it all relies on this. Nova can secure the championship if Elsiop can beat KK here. Can he do it? We're gonna find out. Elsiop is in blue. KK is in red.
Let's find out. Spirit Goblins. Seen awfully a lot of Royal Hogs from the entire squad of Nova. But with the Knight.
Ooh. So it might be the mortar cycle.
Exactly.
And it's looking pretty good right now for KK if that is going to be the full case. Poison does come down as well. Hunter's going to get those scatter shots into the Musketeer, and with the poison that goes down. Mortar is down. Barb Hut is down for KK, and that's just going to distract that mortar forever and a day. does KK have something to deal with these spear goblins? Is that answer?
And against the graveyard, the mortar's actually going to keep a lot of those bodies.
Cannon cart too. So this is the version that LCR brought yesterday, which worked pretty well. It is pretty difficult to pilot sometimes. And the Barb Barrel does take out all those skeletons, and here we have Knight and Cannon Cart coming down.
They want to push that Cannon Cart in, but responded perfectly with the Hunter.
The Barb and the Spear Goblins here might actually get damage into the tower. One of the Spear Goblins being cheeky, going right underneath the Mega Minion. But still, the advantage is with LCR right now.
Yeah, just a Knight. Had to use the Barbarian Barrel before this. Pretty good cycle. Not ready with the delivery, as you do want to use it against the Cannon Cart.
Barb Hood does come down to eat away at those mortar shots. Cannon Cart there to eat away at the Barbarians just in front.
Cut one more towards the left to get the Cannon Cart in. Pretty nice with the poison. Nothing too bad for KK on top.
But he needs to find a way to create the window for this graveyard to come down. Barb Barrel used again here. Hunter, though, is going to make light work of at least the Bloom. The skeletons might overwhelm. At quarter health there. Is it time for a graveyard? He says no.
Still waiting. So some of the Spear Goblins sneaking in, actually doing somewhat of work.
Against the mortar.
And again, perfect response against the Skeleton Barrel. KK ready with that cycle.
I thought the Musketeer was going to sneak through. We have 3 Barbs on the right. And this is go time. Graveyard on the left. Poison is there. Can some of the skeletons start spawning down that backside and get the damage? Musketeer is put down there to protect that area, and just like that, we are near equal.
And early poisons for the Musketeer survives with 100% HP.
It's going to be difficult to deal with this counter push here.
Delivery ready.
The Barb goes all the way through to the mortar. That's nice. That's just going to remove a little bit of pressure off this, but there's still a lot here. There's a Barb, there's a Knight, there's a couple of Spear Goblins, and LC up goes to the right, but I mean, KK has all the elixir in the world, but he plays the Barb Hut, and the skeletons get a ton of damage in. KK perhaps being a little bit on the greedy side here, trying to set up that Barb Hut, and was punished for it. The skeletons get another couple of 100 damage in.
He basically had to, with upcoming mortar from any position from LCR.
Graveyard coming in. The Barb is good on the defense. It's going to turn around and go for the Cannon Cart. Poison is there, but the damage is sneaking through here. 1659. Oh, the Musketeer on the left is also connected, but it's not going to be enough to give him the advantage right now. Hunter is there to try and defend this shot.
The Skeleton's connecting way too much on the top.
There are 20 seconds and the mortar on the right too. It is all falling apart. It looks as though LCR is going to take this game.
Nova Esports about to take that championship trophy, and with the Cannon Cart, extra damage sneaking in. 10 seconds, the final graveyard from KK. Can he do it? Can he pull off the miracle? The poison is there, but the Knight and the Musketeer defending the Princess Tower. That's not enough. LCR wins the game.
Nova Esports are your CRL fall season champions. They have done it. They have taken down Ponos, who looked near undefeatable. CRS was close to doing it in the 1v1 set. LCR did it.
Nova Esports, previous season in the special season was not enough to go through the playoff. Taken down very early. Came back with a very strong, different roster with the core members. And they will be, again, the champions of CRL East Fall Season 2020, going into that World Finals as the first seed from East.
Absolutely. absolute insanity on the day. The 2v2 where you would happily rate Red and Reiki better than AUK and LC Up. AUK and LC Up took it. The King of the Hill went Nova's way too with LC Up.
Nova Esports 恭喜他们获得了2020皇室战争职业联赛东方赛区
We'll head over to China for the
总
interview.
冠军。Ladies and gentlemen, show your appreciations once again to Nova Esports, the champion of the 2020 CRL East Fall season. Congratulations! 我相信他们一定有很多的话对于关注这场比赛的挑战者们说。我先代替大家来问一下帽子99，今晚成功拿下总决赛，并且要带着这份荣誉进军上海全球总决赛，此时此刻的心情可以和大家分享一下吗？ They're gonna have a lot of to share with our fans and with our audience. But let me just ask this. How are you feeling? You've just been crowned with CRL East 4 champions. And you've secured your place at the Shanghai World Finals. What's going on in your head right now?
有一点小激动啊，不过我觉得还好，因为这是 Nova 第6次捧杯了嘛，所以有点适应了哈。但其实整个赛季来说，所有人的话都工作得很努力，而且很勤奋。那现在的话，我们会短暂的去放松休息一下，然后准备为 Nova 赢回第2个世界总冠军。I'm a little bit excited now, but I think I get used to this feeling because, well, it's the 6th time we got the championship, and everyone has been working hard and diligently the whole season, and we are going to have a short rest, and we're prepared to get another World Finals championship for Nova. Thank you.
谢谢帽子99的分享，也期待你们能够在上海全球总决赛的舞台上书写属于你们的传奇。Thanks for sharing. Wish you all the best in Shanghai World Finals. 好，那么接下来要揭晓的就是万众瞩目的 FMVP。作为决赛战队中最闪耀的勇士，他的表现我相信大家也是有目共睹。Next, announcing the winner of the FMVP title. As the linchpin in our championship team, his performances have led this way and made everyone take notice. 荣获2020皇室战争职业联赛东方赛区秋季赛总决赛 FMVP 的是 The winner of the 2020 CRL East Fall season FMVP is LC Up. Congratulations! 我们来问一问 LC Up， 这个赛季东方赛区强者云集，战队突出重围，拿下了总冠军啊！自己也是斩获了 FMVP 这份荣誉。此时此刻有什么话想对大家说吗？ I'm gonna need a moment with our FMVP. Congratulations! You've just taken the title at the Fall Season Championship with your team, and on top of that, you've been named Fall Season FMVP. Is there anything you want to share with your fans?
感谢我的队友能让我拿到这次奖，然后谢谢大家一直以来对 Nova 的支持，然后非常感谢大家。
Thanks a lot to all of my teammates and all my fans for their support, and yeah, thanks to them.
好，感谢 LC Up 的分享，我们这份喜悦，谢谢，也让我们再次将掌声和祝福送给我们的总冠军 Nova Esports 以及他们的 FMVP， 恭喜他们 ！Thanks so much for sharing with us. Congratulations again. Let's give another round of applause to our champions and FMVP. Congratulations to them all. 今夜我们见证了秋季赛总冠军的诞生，他们力挫群雄，成功加冕新一届的东方之王，在 CR 的山巅上打出了属于自己的一番天地。Tonight, we witnessed the birth of a CRL East Fall Season champions. It's been a long way to the top, but after this...
Oh, we're back.
And we're back. We
That
heard
came
it
out of
from
nowhere.
the MVP. We heard it from the... It's only the 6th time.
I know, right?
It's only the 6 times of becoming the champion. Like, we can do it all day. Like, just give us more tournaments. We can take all the trophies.
I gotta say,
That's Nova Esports.
That was a phenomenal final for CRL East. I mean, we have had ups and downs of every team involved today, except for Ponos. They have been the constant threat. They have been constantly good. And they fall at the last hurdle. Nova had their ups and downs. Fav and WEDGM were terrible in the first half of the season. But the second half, everyone turned it around. And I mean, no matter what you take away from this, it shows that no matter what happens in life, you can always turn it around and always come out the winner.
That's what Simon says. You gotta listen to Simon says, guys. I'm not gonna say those big words. I'm not that type of a guy. But what a season it has been so far. 11 weeks. 11 weeks of Clash Royale. It was awesome. Awesome for me to cast this long of a season. And I think this was the best season that I've ever had to cast.
It has been phenomenal. Getting to see Nova lift the trophy in front of an audience, something that I didn't think we would get to see this year, is just emotional. Honestly, like, this has been a great, great season of Clash Royale. Look forward to Worlds, because I'm not joking. What happened to Ponos today?
This time.
If that happens again in Worlds, that's going to be a major upset for anyone who watches
I'm
CRL.
feeling it's going to be East this time.
I mean, I hope so.
I really hope so, and I'm having a strong feeling, man. Ponos, Nova, watch out. West teams, they're good. Let's see. They're pretty good, but, you know, we'll see what happens in the World that's happening in December, but continue watching West. It's still happening, and it will continue.
Yeah, and that is all we have time for today, guys. Thank you so much for joining us over the last 11 weeks. Sincerely, it means a lot to us, and we hope to see you all in the future, guys. See you next time.